Good morning again. I had a question about what build am I using, so I'm going to detail what I'm doing here if anyone's interested. Again, I did not come up with this, I'm just sort of tailoring it to my own preferences through various mods and stuff like that. Which foods I eat, which buffs I use, and so forth. So the first thing to know is there are two phases to this fight. The first phase, you basically do no damage. You are only reflecting damage from the robot to the shield. The second phase, you are doing all the damage and you want to do it as fast as humanly possible because otherwise the room is going to explode and you have to deal with the doors and that's annoying. So phase one, you want to get your luck as high as you can get it because you're going to be using a perk called Ricochet. It's in the luck stack here. You gain a chance to deflect ranged attacks, which is what the robot is doing mostly. It's a bunch of energy damage based on the amount of luck that you have. So you can see here I have 15 luck points here, right? That's from, assigning points to that category, and I also have it from a legendary perk right here. Now, you might not have all your legendary perks, this high, and that's fine. You can sort of rearrange and, do what you can to get them, up there, right? I've been playing since about 6 months into the game, so all my cards are fully leveled now. So I have lots of options. I rarely avail myself of most of them, but they're there just because I'm a completionist of sorts. But you can see I have these all at 4, but the basic gist of it is you want to get, for phase 1, very few things here matter except for this card and the amount of luck that you have. Okay? Junk Shield helps if you can get it. Basically, any damage mitigation that you can stack on yourself is going to be useful in phase 1. Doesn't matter at all in phase 2. You take no damage as far as I can tell in phase 2. Maybe very minor here and there, like when little things fire off, but I've not noticed any damage incoming on phase 2. I could be wrong. But mostly you want to focus on damage mitigation and ricochet in phase 1. So, for instance, I have blocker, in the case the robot's punching me, I take less damage. Let's see what else. Refractor, I can't have fewer than 1 point here, so I'm going to put something here, and that's the best option, I think. Let's see what else is good. Lifesaver, that's more endurance based on, or more hit points based on the amount of endurance points you have in your specials. So that's going to be good. That's going to buy you some survivability as you get damaged. Let's see here. What else? Most of these are to support, like Field Surgeon I have. Well, Happy-Go-Lucky here is to increase my luck, right? So if I drink the whiskey, which is one of my buffs that I take, then my luck goes up by 3. So if we look at my luck right now, I hit K to go there, and then right arrow, and there I'm at 18 luck. It's not very high. It should be like 30. I'd say 30 is a good target. And strength, we'll talk about that in a minute. But luck, you want this to be about 30 if you can. And we're going to get there. So one of the ways we're going to get there, again, is with Happy-Go-Lucky. There we go. Let's see. An intelligence first aid, that's going to be important. We want our stim packs to work as quickly as possible. And along with that, we have, where is it? This right here, Field Surgeon. So when I use a stim pack, which I'm going to do, and you will want to do, either automatically or by hand, you want that stim pack to be as powerful as possible because the amount of damage you're taking is considerable. And you want that stim pack to out-heal it with ease. Like, you want that stim pack to do at least double the healing, so you are right back up to your full health or to whatever is full health for you. Like right now, my full health is about 60%. 282 health out of 532. I'm sort of locked there because of my rads. And that's not something you need to do right away. That's something to do later on when other things occur, and I'll get into that. Okay, so back to specials. So you basically have Ricochet, Junk shield for defense. So this is damage. This is defense. This is damage. Bloody Mess helps. I'm using Luck of the Draw just because I can, so my weapon can repair itself. Now, right now, I'm not using Born Survivor because I don't need to anymore. I've gotten to the sort of an ender, a more end stage level of gear. But when I was starting out, I had a rank 3 Born Survivor slotted there, and I was starting out at full health, right? So what would happen is, as I was being damaged in phase 1, I would quickly go down to 40% health, and then as soon as I dipped below that, my character would use a super stim pack. And it's very important that you use a super stim pack because they're very powerful, and the other ones just don't cut it. And we'll get into that as I run this over and over again. So, Born Survivor rank 3, very important when you're starting out. Let's see what else. Dodgy, don't use that. It's going to kill all your action points. Evasive, that doesn't matter because you're going to be in power armor. You know, all these other points that might be useful in certain situations just don't cut it. So really the only things you need to start out with is Action Boy and a rank 3 Born Survivor. Right there. Over here, obviously first aid, that's survivability, very important. Makeshift Warrior, I have that just so my weapon doesn't break quickly. That's not required. You can always repair out of it. Science perks, I have those because of the weapon I'm using in phase 2. Don't worry about that just yet. Again, this is, weapon breaks slower, carry weight. That's not anything to do with combat. Those are not necessary for combat. It's just, quality of life. I'm mutated, and my teammate, which is myself, is mutated, so I'm using Strange in Numbers. That's just, benefits of whatever mutations I'm using. I have so many charisma points, so I'm just slotting extra things there just because I can. There's nothing else that I want in there. So, like, travel agent, it's nice, so I can just sort of, like, not be taxed as much when I travel around to do things. I could probably replace this with, like, a rank 1 happy camper. Actually, let's do that because I don't actually travel very far into places that will cost me money. There we go. I don't travel into areas that would cost me money to travel when I'm doing this, so it doesn't make sense to have travel agent. Let's see what else here. Starch Genes because I'm mutated, and of course, Class Freak because I'm mutated. Those are a good pairing. Rejuvenated is very good to have. You want that in there because you get better benefits from being fully fed, fully hydrated, which you should always be. Don't allow yourself to not be full bars over here on your food and your water. It's bad, bad, bad form. Let's see what else. Okay, so those are the really important ones. Now I have quality of life cards, right, for phase 1. One of them is, and this spills over into phase 2. So I have 2 special buffs, which I use. They're very short-term buffs, and they increase my damage. They're very easy to get. Or at least for me, they're very easy to get. You might have to do some things first. But, and that's Whiskey and Psycho Buff. Because it's a melee build, and I want to boost my melee damage and my strength and my base damage. So to do that, I'm taking, again, Psycho Buff and Whiskey. Now, what do those do? Well, the first one is Psycho Buff. That increases my damage, which it's not that significant, plus 25% damage. But the plus 3 strength is nice, very easy to get. Plus 3 endurance, that's survivability. 65 max health, more survivability. Sadly, it only lasts for 3 minutes, unless you're using Chem Fiend. It will now last for 6 minutes. So that's a card that you want to have on there if you're using something like a Psycho Buff. The other thing I'm using, of course, is the Whiskey. And what does that do? Well, that gives me 6 strength. Well, how does it do that? Well, because I have... Where is it? Here we go. The positive effects of pre-war alcohol are tripled. So if I take that off and I look at my whiskey, it's only 2 strength. Well, that's not good. So I want my party boy to be back on there. Well, a neat side effect of drinking an alcoholic beverage is that you can use, again, this card, right? Well, where is it? Where is it? I never remember the name. Oh, no, it's over here. Duh. There we go. Again, I'm taking whiskey, so this passively increases my luck, and we've talked about why luck is so important, and I'll show you where it's important. But just keep in mind, maximum luck, maximum strength, and of course, you want your endurance to be high for survivability. Perception doesn't matter. Charisma doesn't matter as far as the points go, just enough to slot the cards you need. Intelligence doesn't matter except to slot the cards you need. And agility doesn't matter except for to slot the cards that you need. So the specials there are not combat related or survivability related directly. So we've taken whiskey, and so what are the negative effects? Well, you can get addicted to whiskey. And that's not necessarily bad, you just drink more whiskey. But I don't want to get addicted to it. So I'm using this card, so I'm not going to get addicted to alcohol. And then I'm using this card so I don't get addicted to drinking psychobuffs, or eating psychobuffs, or popping those. And of course, I want my whiskey to last twice as long, just like the Chem Fiend, so I don't have to use as many. This doubles their length, and so I can go with fewer of them per hour. So the positive effects of pre-war alcohol last twice as long. Yay! Wasting fewer whiskeys. Now, the way you get whiskey is you have to ferment it. So you go to the brewing station, which you should do the quest for that. It's there's a quest, if you haven't done it already, it should be where you go. You can just show up to a location here. I'll show you where it is. Wait, let me show you on the other character. Because she has some perks that let her get around faster. It's been ages since I've done this. And you can, of course, look this up, but I'll give you just a cursory view of where this is. And I'm sorry if I'm dropping frames. I'm looking over at the dropped frames from network activity. It's probably because of backups. Okay, so let's go over here, and we're going to go down to Vault-Tec University. Morgantown is a really good place to have a hub. There's a lot of important things in that area, which is why I like having my alt base there. Being right next to a vendor is nice. I don't like... I know some people set up their home base as just in Nuka-Cola land, but I don't want to do that. I don't like that. Okay, where is it? It's up north here. Of course, it's been a while since I've done this, so I'm trying to remember where it is. Watch me not be able to find it ever. I know there's a fast way to get here, I just don't remember it because I haven't done the quest in ages. I'll get you there, don't worry. Once I find it, we'll find the fast way to get here. Wow, I can't believe I'm not finding this. Is it south here? Yeah, I think it's south here. I should have gone south. I think I see it now. It's like behind this building. No, not that building. Is it this? No. It looks like that. Can't believe I'm forgetting where this place is. I'm glad I'm not wasting your time. Hi, guys. You can chase me around. You can't catch me, though. It's like there's a bar, basically. And, have I not done that quest on her yet? Is that why she doesn't have the the teleport. There it is. God, I'm an idiot. Big Al's Tattoo Parlor. I have the teleport right there. That's the one you want to go to. Here it is, way to the south. Again, like I said, it's been a while. So you go to Big Al's and go back here, go in here, and you basically do daily quests for this dude, this robot, this drunk robot. And you think, okay, what's in here? Oh, there's a hidden door right here. Nuka Shine. So lots of lootables that you can grab. And he's back here. Hey, Biv.
Life ever does get you down, don't be afraid to consult old Billy Rage about what's eating you.
Yeah. Okay, so he's going to give you a daily quest, and the reward for that daily quest, and you can look it up if you need to, is basically going to be a recipe. He'll give you, I think, if I remember correctly, you get some alcoholic beverages, but you also have a chance at getting a recipe, and one of those is the recipe of whiskey. I believe that's still how you get it. Here, let me look this up so I'm not making myself into a liar. Fallout 76 whiskey. Let's see here.
So much junk, so little.
What we need is the fermentable recipe. Brewing station, learn from, wasted on alcohol. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is the daily quest at Big Al's Tattoo Parlor, right? Given by Biv, so you basically do this daily quest. Exactly what I was saying. Now, these are the recipes that you can get, right? You'll automatically learn to craft one of these. And as far as I know, that's still how you get the recipe. And I've done this on both of my mains, on account 1 and 2, until I've gotten enough recipes that I'm sort of satisfied. Now, you might be able to find those recipes on player vendors, because players get duplicates and they don't need them, so you can hunt around on player vendors for the whiskey recipe. I don't know what it's called. I'm sure it says something whiskey, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, she has it too, I believe. I think. Yeah, fermentable whiskey. And it just takes 3 corn and 2 razor grain, you know? So if you have, like, your camp set up where you have some stuff that you're growing, it's really easy to make. And if you have this item that creates boiled water, that's helpful. Or you can just go grab water from any body of water, like a river or something, and just hit R repeatedly, spam it as fast as you can to pick up dirty water, and then boil it at a stove. Or at the, at a stave. I don't think you can do it anywhere else. Chem station, you could do it at the chem station too. But I always just do it at the stove. So there's that. And then if you want a lot of corn and razor grain quickly, you go down to the Silva Farm down here south of the Moth area. South of Pleasant, or Point, whatever it's called. Point Pleasant? Or no, Point Pleasant, and then there's and Sunshine Meadow Industrial Farm. There's another workshop here north of the Nuka-Cola plant. So right here, Silva Homestead. We're just going to jog back here. Again, you can see there's a bazillion corn plants. And of course, you're going to want to have Green Thumb in there so you can, harvest twice as many ears of corn. So you basically strip this field of all its corn. And no, I don't want to do Project Beanstalk. And then you just jog a little bit to the southwest here, to where this workshop is. Go past the workshop. Try not to aggro all the crap. And there's a field of razor grain here. So you want to end up with, 3 corns for every 2 razor grains. So like the last time I did this, I harvested 150 ears of corn and 100 razor grain. And, that's this whole field here. You can basically stock up on at least 100 here. and 150 ears of corn there, and maybe in your camp. So that's how you make whiskey. And then you craft them as many as you want. You can craft every single one of them if you want. Just leave them in your inventory. That's something you can do. They will eventually ferment over time. You don't have to put them in a fermenter. They will just naturally ferment. It just takes hours is all. If you need them in a hurry, though, you could put up to 10 of them in this fermenter, which is another thing you get from doing the series of quests for Biv. And I think it might be, if I remember correctly, you start the whole thing by looking at a poster. Party poster. This party poster right here. I believe this is what starts it. So, break stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's going to send you to a frat house, and I believe they get you drunk. Well, I don't want to spoil what happens, but I think, here, let me look this up real quick and make sure. Fallout 76 frat party. Wasted on Nukashine is the quest. Okay. Find one of the party posters near Morgantown is the closest one, so might as well just go there. Alternatively, the poster can be purchased free from the Atomic Shop and placed in a workshop or camp before interacting with it. It should be, if for some reason the quest still doesn't activate, it should upon entering Pie House. And Pie House is a house on the sort of on the rim of Morgantown. It's on the east side of it, way over here. So we'll go look at that real quick. So this poster sends you way over to Fraternity Row. I remember that now. Again, I've only done this, I think, twice. Once on my main and once on this character. Yeah, this is the fraternity house. See the fraternity symbols, the Greek. So you go in here. And if you haven't read that poster yet, you just come in here and it should give you the quest. And this is where you start your... Oh, there we go. Wasted on Nukashine. Oh, wow. This character hasn't done it yet. Oh, interesting. I guess she just got it from... Maybe he got the recipe and just gave it to her. Well, I'm going to turn that off for the moment. And I might come back and do this at some point. So that's cool. So anyway, you do this series of quests and they will lead you down to Biv in his cellar. And then you do his quests every day, and that will eventually get you the recipe for whiskey, which is the best strength alcohol there is. That's the one you want. The others will do fine. You know, if you can get an alcohol with 1 strength on it, then equip that card. That'll at least give you 3 strength. But it's sort of a waste, right? Because whiskey is so easy to come by. You can actually find it out in the world if you search for it on, the Fallout wikis. It'll show you where whiskey is likely to pop up. So while you're busy, getting this, factory running, you can still go loot whiskey here and there out in the world. They are out there and in known predictable locations, as was shown on that one page. Okay, so you have whiskey, right? The other thing you need is Psycho Buff. You don't have to have that. You can use some of the lesser ones, but they are indeed very lesser, because you're not going to beat this for this particular fight. This is very important for survivability and for phase 2. So Psycho Buff is the way to get it. The way to make that is at the chem station, unless you can loot them directly. Come on. Oh, I hate this bug. There's no one there, dude. So you can go to drugs, Psycho Buff. You just need to collect a bunch of buff out and a bunch of psycho. So as you're running around in the world and collecting chems, don't just automatically vend them to the vendors for caps. Keep an eye out for these 2 in particular, buff out and psycho, because they can be turned into 2 psycho buffs if you have the chemist card equipped when you're crafting. And even better, make sure you have super duper equipped when you're crafting. Pretty much anything. Anytime you craft, super duper needs to be in there, because you have a 30% chance to get double the results. You can get so many more items. So you could theoretically turn one buff out and one psycho into 4 psycho buffs if you get a lucky proc. If you make a stack of 10, you're likely to get a whole bunch of psycho buffs. This guy is experiencing nothing. Okay, I hear health being whittled away. I guess it's Rad's here somehow. Weird. I'm gonna take a Brahmin milk to remove some of that. So anyway, that's how you get the 2 really good buffs. You know, the temporary ones. The other things I'm using, let me go back to him. Actually, let me set her up on the main screen, or the map screen. I farmed to get Deathclaw Wellington, but that's just because I wanted to start out with my best foot forward. And this gives you 8 strength when you are mutated and paired with someone who's also mutated. So, and if you have this card equipped. So, the way this works is, whenever you have a mutation, and I have several, so like in this case I have Adrenal Reaction, Bird Bones, Carnivore, Eagle Eyes, Egghead, Grounded, Herd Mentality, Scaly Skin, Speed Demon, Talons, and Twisted Muscle. The only ones that matter for this fight, like Bird Bones, doesn't matter. Eagle Eyes doesn't matter. Egghead doesn't matter for this fight, right? So you could do without those 3. And in fact, they work against you. Notice how it says -1 strength, -1 strength, and minus 0.75 strength. So those cards are actually bad to have if you're doing this fight. So, but the ones you do want for this fight, starting out, is Carnivore, because this gives you the best melee buffs when it comes to eating food. The other one you want is Scaly Skin, incredible damage resist. Another one you want is Talons, and the last one is Twisted Muscles. And Talons you could probably do without, because we are armed, but I think there's another reason why I got Talons. Let me see here. I don't have it on me. Let me see if she has one. Where are they? Does she have serums? She doesn't. Okay, let me look it up real quick. Talon serum. All right. So it looks like, I don't know why I have this. I do not know why. I don't think it's necessary. Because you're not doing punching damage. You're not doing bleed damage. I think I got this because I also wanted to do, I think I have this because of the other objective I have with this character, which is, where is it? Z, challenges, combat, blah. Destroy robots with no weapons equipped, right? So I can do more damage when I'm punching things or if I'm just standing there. And I think that's why I have that there. And I think the negative effect was something I was just willing to live with for a while I pursue doing that on the side. So I would say don't worry about Talons, but definitely get Twisted Muscle. This is very important for Phase 1. Completely irrelevant for Phase 2, but Phase 1 you must have Twisted Muscle for this build for it to work as well as it does. Speed Demon you don't need. Scaly Skin you don't need, but it's nice to have. Marsupial, you don't need. I personally like it. Herd mentality, you need this. And you need to be grouped. So what this does is, normally, let me leave my group. Normally, I would have, for example, 14 luck, right? And if I were to consume what the hell's it called again? Herd mentality. If I were to consume a herd mentality serum, then this negative effect would go away. Basically, when you're not in a group, herd mentality will ding you by, let me remove class freak so we can see the full negative effect. Herd mentality will ding you by 2 to all special. That's really bad. You don't want that ever. Right? So if we look at my specials now, they're like, I only have 1 agility, right? It's terrible. Even though I have 3 agility points, right? Now I only have 1 agility because I'm being dinged by 2. So that's, of course, why we always use class freak when we're mutated, or at least we try to, right? To minimize the negative effects of these mutations. The other way is to drink a serum, which is what I'm going to do for Eagle Eyes, Egghead, and Bird Bones. And I have these because I want them for other things, not for this fight. They're a negative, and you want to avoid them if all you're doing is this fight. In fact, if all I were doing was this fight over and over and doing nothing else in the world, I would eliminate all mutations except the ones that were only good for this fight. Okay, don't worry about adrenal reaction, so just ignore that. So all you really want is carnivore, scaly skin, and twisted muscles. Those 3 are all you need to make this fight better. Everything else I have just for other reasons. Because I like to move faster. Because I like to jump higher. You know, because I want my energy resistance to go higher, and I'm not using an energy gun. So that's another possibility. You could use grounded if you want more resistance. Survivability. Assuming you're not using an energy gun, and I'm not using an energy gun. If you do use an energy gun, you do not want to use that perk unless you find good ways to minimize the negative effects. Okay, so now that we've gone into in-depth explanation in a somewhat haphazard and scattered way, let's go ahead and look at some other things. Let's look at the actual gear. So right now, I'm using just 2 weapons. I'm using a sledgehammer for phase 1. That's why it's called .R1. This is raid 1. This is the first weapon. It's a sledge, not a super sledge, just a normal sledgehammer. And you can make that using blunt melee sledgehammer right there. It's not the super sledge. Don't make the mistake of making the super sledge. I actually did that and wasted a bunch of materials. It's just regular old sledgehammer, right? So let's make a basic one. And then if we switch to modify, I wonder if it'll let me. I added a set of random mutations to at least get it up to 3, right? And then I added, and you want to add the heavy spiked rocket. Very, very important. Notice the effect. 20% chance to cripple a target, right? Very, very important. That's going to be significant in phase 1. You can also do, I think the heavy spiked also works. And that might actually be a little bit better. But the video I watched said use heavy spiked rocket. There might be other reasons for that. Oh, wait, no, I know what it is. The weapon itself has a built-in cripple target. This one gives armor penetration, so it's probably either one of these could work. And maybe the heavy spiked is even better. But again, I'm just going by what I was reading. You don't want this because the poison damage will do nothing for you. You don't want this because neither the fire nor the poison damage will do anything for you. You just want straight, raw, reflected damage. All right. Was there another thing to modify there? I don't think there is. Yeah, it's just changing the head to the heavy spiked rocket, or I guess in this case, heavy spiked. Yeah, now that I'm looking at that, why did he recommend the rocket? Is there some hidden thing there that I'm not remembering? Weird. Okay. Because if I look at the one I have now, I have heavy spiked rocket. But that looks better. But I'm not doing damage with it, right? You're not using the weapon damage, you're using reflected damage, so this probably doesn't matter. Okay. So, well, let's think about these other things. The other special things about this are, and this first point doesn't matter very much unless you can find one that works with your build. Like, I'm using aristocrats because I tend to carry at least 30,000 caps on me, and aristocrats will give me 50% more damage, and I don't even know if this translates to damage in phase 1, but crippling does, and luck increases the chance of reflecting, so that's good there. So you want crippling on your second star. This probably doesn't matter, but don't quote me on it. It probably doesn't matter. But as long as you have crippling on number 2, and then whatever you can get on number 3, like, it doesn't really matter if you don't have luck. Like, if you don't have luck, it probably doesn't matter what you have here. Like, you could get by with just a 2-star that has crippling. I wanted to put luck on here so that I could boost my luck in phase 1. And I had the module, so I threw it on there. And then I got super, super, super lucky the other day, and I did get my... doesn't tell me what the mod is. That's annoying. This is the... wow, it's not going to tell me. Why does it not tell me? Oh, because I didn't put it on this one. Right. Okay. There is no 4th star on the first weapon. Okay. I thought I was losing my mind there for a moment. Okay. So that's the first phase. And notice I've named it Raid 1 Sledge plus A, which is my code for aristocrats, or it's one of my codes. Crippling, and then luck, which is all caps, which is how specials typically are written out in various situations. So that's phase 1. And all you do is you just run up onto the robot in your armor, and you just, in third person, very important to be in third person, I'll show you later, you basically just stand there. You don't even have to have it out, you just have to make sure it's equipped, right? And it is equipped. It'll still have its effect if you don't actually have it out and waving it around. But I do because I can. All right. And that is like the magic secret sauce, having really high luck so that you boost your ricochet in phase 1, and the deflection does all the damage. You do no damage. But you can amplify the reflected damage using various things like the crippling. So the way that works, and I don't fully understand this myself. In fact, I don't understand it at all. I don't understand how this works. I'm not a like a nerdy tester person that theory crafts all this stuff. I just basically grab information from other people and basically take their ideas. So supposedly the shield does not have limbs, so it cannot receive limb damage, and it cannot be crippled. So any chance at crippling the target doesn't do direct damage to it. But supposedly the limb damage, the very high limb damage here, and the extra chance to cripple will cause your reflections to do considerably more damage, which it does seem like that works, right? Because as I'm watching, I can get that shield down sometimes in 3 seconds. It's insane, right? I love these guys that figure this stuff out. Guys meaning guys and girls, guys generally. So that's all thanks to Ricochet. Now, you move to phase 2. And that's when you're using the most beautiful weapon of all for this, the Auto Axe. And it is amazing, right? Again, I have aristocrats on here because I always have a lot of caps. Heavy hitters, very good to have, because you're going to begin this with a power attack. So that's going to give you a huge boost in damage for the first 5 seconds. Strength is sort of a gimme. Yeah, I want more strength because it's a melee weapon and strength helps melee weapons. And you don't need a 4th star here. But I did get a Pounders. I was super, super lucky. And this just makes the fight shorter. You don't need it, but it does make the fight take less time, which is always good. You always want that if you can get it. But you can do it without it. It works just fine without it. It just takes longer, and you're doing a little bit less damage over time. Okay, so when you're first starting out, phase 1, you want maximum luck. You want as much mitigation as you can get. You want strength doesn't matter at all, as far as I can tell, but luck does, and reflection does. Okay, so now we're in phase 2. We want our strength to be as high as it can be, because melee weapons, when you're doing direct damage, like with this one, needs as much strength as you can get. So of course, you're going to have 15 points here, and I have part of those from strength points here. Now, I could boost this to 20 points internally. You can never have more than 15 displayed here, but you could have extra points behind the scenes if you kept allotting more and more points to strength while you still had a 5-point strength card hidden in the background as a legendary perk, right? You can do that. That's how people boost their intellect to insane amounts when they're doing farming of West-Tech, and I was doing that as well. But you can do that here. But I didn't need to do that. That is something you can do. I didn't do that because I had enough strength from other sources. So one of those sources when I was boosting was, of course, the whiskey. I did not start out using Radical because I was at full health. This only counts if you're not full health. Let's see, what else was I doing? I think that was about it. Yeah, just whatever you can do to boost your strength. So for that, to that end, Deathclaw Wellington is probably the best food to go grab for strength, and you need to be carnivore for this. Let's see what else. Yes. The other food you want to make, and this is pretty much non-optional, you have to have this. Otherwise, you just won't do it in time. You'll die before it finishes. You need to have something like Tasty Mutant Hound Stew, which gives you, when fully buffed, an extra 213 melee damage, which is considerable, right? That's a very, very high amount of damage. You can also make tasty mutton meat pie if you don't mind farming sheep squatch. It's terrible to try to farm. You can also go farm bears for yogi meat. I didn't do that because Tasty Mutant Hound Stew. Mutant Hounds are very easy to target farm. They die very quickly. You just run West-Tech over and over again and make sure you have the Butcher's Bounty equipped, a 3-star Butcher's Bounty, while you're doing your farm mode, right? And that'll get you tons of Mutant Hounds, Mutant Hound meat, and then you can go farm Starlight Berries, which spawn starting around here, all the way down this road, all the way down through here. There's a bunch of them right here. There's a few down this way. There's a ton of them that spawn in this area. They're just all over the place, and I do recommend the mod that lets you target farm them more easily. I'll show you what that mod is. Desktop. Here, let's just go to Nexus mods in a browser. Pull up a browser. And no, mods do not violate your terms of service. I don't know why people say that. You're not modifying the game. You are modifying and you are augmenting it with external files that the game is designed to load. Ooh, silent intro music. Okay, so if you go to popular all time, right? I use SFE. I'm not currently using Better Inventory. I do use Perk Loadout Manager. I wish improved health bars worked with this right now, but I think they defeat the progress bars of the boss itself. I should test that. Let's see. I've tested a lot of these. Save everything is broken right now. Here, let's go. Let's search for it by name. Pretty sure it's plants. I think maybe this one or something like this. If we go to models and textures, we can find the one that I used. I do have a link somewhere. I just need to go find it. Tell you what, I'll go ahead and do the work of finding that for you. If I go FO76 again, resources, Minerva Calc, robots, raid prep. No, it's not this one. Oh, it's docs. There we go. I kept copious notes at one point in time. This was way back years ago. All right, so perk loadout manager, better inventory, which I don't use right now. Bobble mags, balloons. Let's see. I was using detailed budget bar for a while. Glowing plants. Here we go. It's mod 199. This one. This was fantastic. It still works beautifully because it doesn't touch the UI at all. But this mod will make all the plants glow so that they're very easy to see. Starlight berries, very obvious, and I highly recommend that you farm at night because plants are so much easier to see at night. During the daytime, they sort of blend in because the way the game does its illumination, it's sort of an HDR calculation where, you know, daylight is very, very, very bright, and the camera basically closes down the iris so that it doesn't seem bright. And in the process of closing down the iris, it makes all the plants much, much dimmer. Like these plants normally would like just super glow. And these would super glow, right? The blights, but they're barely different from what they normally would be because it's broad daylight, and that just doesn't work very well. Okay, so that's how you find your starlight creeper. They're all over the place in the forest, in this general area right here. So you can find those like crazy. Mutant hounds, go farm outside of West Tech and inside West Tech. You may have to do a quest first to get in there. And that lets you, doing the quest, which you should get if you just show up there. I don't think you have to do anything first. It'll just give it to you. So you do the quest, finish it up. It's not that difficult to do. And that lets you get into the whole building. Now, I use a mod which removes all the West Tech doors, which will keep you from having to do those. It is a bit cheatery. I'll show you what that one is. Yeah, that's fine. Doors. No more West Tech doors. So great. So fantastic. And I am only getting this, I'm only using it because I feel like I've earned the right to use it by having to unlock those damn doors so many times in the past and having to open the doors so that they open for me. And it's like, okay, I've played that game now, right? I've engaged in that gameplay for months, actually for the first year and a half, maybe 2 years. I'm done with that. I don't need that as part of my enjoyment of gameplay anymore. I want those to be gone now, right? So I gave myself license to use that mod for that reason. Same thing why I use any mod. It's like I've already played that game. I've already earned my stripes by doing that 1,000 times already. Can that part of the game be over now? Can I just move on to the next phase where those doors are no longer there? I don't have to engage that way anymore. So that's my justification for using it from a, I don't know if you want to call it from a lore point of view or from a character lore point of view. You know, he's now, you know, the expert at the doors so much that they're not even there. And I have to be right back, bio break.
Wish the weather would clear up.
That was one of those situations where I was going to yell, "Oh shit!" and then there you go. That was going to be the result. Okay, so now that we're up to speed on the weapons, we're up to speed on how to get whiskey and psychobuff and mutant hound chops. We're going to look at Deathclaw Wellington, which is this one right here. Deathclaw Wellington comes from Deathclaw eggs and Deathclaw meat and a few other spices. So basically, anytime you're anywhere and you see salt, pepper, or spices, just loot it and hold it in inventory. If you have 2 accounts, pass it to an alt. I highly recommend 2 accounts if you can afford it. If you don't, they both don't need to be Fallout first. And sometimes you can get a copy of the game cheaply. And there are ways to run the game in twice. Like I have 2 copies of Steam here, right? One for my main account, one for Bright, right? So how do you do that, right? I'll show you. I'm going to show you the script that I run to run this. You have to do this using an older version of the Steam client, dated from, I think, September of 2024 or earlier. You can't have the Steam game update itself or the Steam client update itself, so you have to turn that feature off as well. And I'll show you the script here. On my desktop. I'm looking through. I think it's, yeah, launch to steams.batch. Okay, so it's just a simple batch file. And I have my Steam ID here for both accounts. It's fine. You can't get into my Steam account. So basically, the first line is set vproject to Steam Multi, just like this. And then you start the first Steam client this way. And this is assuming it's in Steam, of course. This is the location of my Steam client. Then you have to override the IPC name. I don't know what that is. Call it Steam 1. I think maybe that might be an internal tracking number that it uses to figure out what you're running. But the login is important. Login, -login, and then your actual ID, Steam ID. And you start another client, Steam 2. Same thing, except this is now identified as Steam 2. Login is your other Steam ID. And to get this going, it's going to be weird at first. It'll ask you to confirm and authenticate, and it's like the first few times you do this, it's really cumbersome until Steam sort of figures out what you're doing and goes, oh, I've seen this before. You want to log in both at once. I gotcha. As far as which version of Steam to run, I am running version 172.66.04483. Steam API 021, and this is from September of 2024. It doesn't show the date, but that's the year. So if you don't have this version, if you have a newer version, this technique will not work at all. So you need to go get this version. You can find it online. Just do a search for that number, right? Say, download Steam version and then that number. Or maybe even this date. And if you go on Steam itself, you can search for that because that's where I found it. People talking about how to download an older version of Steam. Like I think the search was based on running multiple copies of Steam. And then someone said, oh yeah, this no longer works. You have to downgrade to an earlier version of Steam and then turn off Steam's ability to update itself. And if we go into settings, let's see here. Where is it? I think it's under account, right? Yeah, I don't have a problem with people knowing this because I have really good, defenses against things. Is it under interface? Well, you can look it up. There is some setting somewhere. Maybe it's a command line. I don't remember where it is, but there's some way that you can tell Steam, do not update yourself. And you can find that setting in that same Steam posting. Here, let me go find it. Let me close this. Steam 2 copies at once. Not this. Running 2 copies of Steam at once. Yeah. Okay, well this is on a different website, but yeah, this may be where I got this. So yeah, if you just search basically what I just wrote, this is where I used their technique, and they didn't finish out the full thing. So you can see this is sort of like close to what I'm using. Let's see, that's not the full. Let's see, here we go. Steam community. You're going to get similar information based on where you go, and this person still has the similar thing, right? So this is a similar treatment of how to do it using a batch file. Steam multi, start Steam. Here's the full thing. This is what I used. Limitations. Yeah, Steam Web Helper. This is the error you get here. If you have a newer Steam version that no longer works, you'll get this error. Steam Web Helper is not responding. Blah 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 blah. This is when you need. This is when you know you have a version of Steam that is too recent that you can no longer do this, creating 2 copies of Steam at the same time. Let's go to the next one here. Here we go. Yeah, I performed downgrade. Here's the downgrade. Okay, so I performed downgrade and it works great. Copy Steam link to second one with name, something on desktop, open properties of new ink file, force Steam update. So here is, whatever this is, just screen cap this, follow this, and here is the old version of Steam that should still work. And it's forbidden. Okay. Well, that's not good. Does this one work? No. Here, let's do a quick search. You basically have to do all this stuff. This is the Steam config. So you edit Steam config and you put these lines in there. That'll keep it from forcing an update on itself once you downgrade it to where it needs to be. All right, so let's do a quick search based on Steam ID here. So let's search for Steam 172 660 4483 download. Here we go. Steam downgrades and survival kit. This guide has been moved here, all right? No. Obtaining Steam executable. I'm using Windows at the moment. So here is supposedly, and of course you're going to want to check this for viruses or any malware when you download it, which is what I did. Like, even then, there's no guarantee. You can run it through Virus Total, like upload it to Virus Total, and choose, check the file here. This is usually up to date. But that's how you do it. That's how you run 2 copies of Steam. And once you get that going, I highly recommend it. Once you have it, you'll wonder how you did without it. And now I just Command Tab between the 2 copies of Steam. And yes, it helps to have a good graphics card. It helps to have a really good CPU. But once you do that, then you have so many options opened up to you as far as like saving things, offloading things when you're weighed down. You can have another thing which I'm using, which is really important, which is she has an effect called, it's a mutation called empath. So because she has empath, she takes a lot more damage, right? If I turn off class freak, she takes more damage using empath. But, so she takes 25% more damage just by default. But the team, she and the team she are on, take 33% less damage. So of course she would use class freak to minimize the negative effects of class freak. So now she only takes minus 6% damage, or plus 6% damage. And Bree over there, or Bridge over there, takes minus 33% team damage. So that's a straight damage reduction on all damage that he takes. You don't see it anywhere on his character. Like, it won't show up here for some reason. Like, there's no magic. Oh yeah, he's also getting some neat passive effect from his teammate. It just doesn't show up. But he takes less damage because he's grouped with her. Okay. So I veered off to Never Never Land because I got sidetracked. But I was talking about all the things here, right? And one of them was herd mentality. So minus special when solo, plus 3 special when grouped. That's even if you're in a public group just by yourself. So whenever you log in, if you have herd mentality, the first thing you do is create a new team or join a team. And it can be anything. It could be any one of these. I usually use this one because I want extra int for XP. If I'm just out and about doing things. Or endurance, which is also helpful because it increases mitigations based on the cards you have. So just the first thing you do, log in, create a group, or join a group. And if you have herd mentality, your specials will immediately go up by 3 across the board. It's such a gimme. There's no reason not to use it. So that's one of the ways I'm getting my luck and my strength as high as they are, and my endurance, is using herd mentality. Let's see what else. Yeah, I knew I'd get back around to it eventually. So the most important ones, to go back to it: twisted muscles, scaly skin, that's optional, that's just survival. Herd mentality, grab that, really good, that's a must. Grounded is also a possibility for the energy resist, but you are going to hurt your chances with energy guns. Avoid egghead, eagle eyes, and bird bones. Don't use adrenal reaction yet. You can use it later. And of course, carnivore is a must. And then, of course, we're over on the foods. Deathclaw steak. Let's see, Deathclaw Wellington. That gives you 8 strength. That is the best strength food in the game. There might be another one that's as good, but it maybe is harder to make. But I doubt it. This one's pretty hard to make. So you run around and you grab Deathclaw eggs and you grab Deathclaw meat. And I'll show you where to get that. I doubt there will be any Deathclaw eggs, though, because I've looted them recently. Actually, I'm not going to use him. I'm going to use her. Because I'm not an idiot. I'm just going to go right to Deathclaw Island. He's not built for general combat. He's built for the boss. So he will do quite poorly at all other things right now. That's the problem with tailoring a custom build, is you're really good at one thing and generally not very good at other things. So again, I'm using an ESP mod here so I can see where the Deathclaw is. In a moment he's going to come up. I'm going to bring him away from his nest. Come over here, dude. Come over here. Come away from your nest. Come over here. Okay. So you're going to want to have Butcher's Bounty equipped. Wing! That means I get more Deathclaw meat. See that? Instead of getting 1 Deathclaw, I got 2. Now there's a chance that there will be an egg over in this area where this huge, nasty, massive crap is. There's no Deathclaw egg here, but, you know, there's a chance. Okay, thank you. Another place is I'm going to change his home here to here. And I'm going to go there so he can continue to be safe. And she is going to go there. Sorry, I'm eating. I'm chewing ice, I forgot. I'll try to just suck on the ice. My iced coffee is just too good to pass up. Alright, I don't normally use a light, but I'm using a light now. You can see how vivid the plants are because it's nighttime, right? Easy to find. As I go up here. Plants everywhere. Ores. I have the thing for that. Look how visible those plants are. It's amazing. Alright, so the second place is south of Dyer Chemical. It's the abandoned waste dump. Uh-oh, the bugs are seeing me. And look, a needy ally. The dogs and cats are kind of annoying. Pay attention to me, pay attention to me. Yes, they will give you a listen to them whining. It's like, yeah, dude, whatever, go away. Ugh, so annoying. Let me go up here. Stop asking for things. It's something I used to tell my daughters. Jetpack. Oh, God, that's another reason I hate it. So annoying. You hit spacebar to do something, it's like it selects your name. I really don't like the pet interface. I don't really like the pets. I could do without it. I'm also a Grinch. No. Okay, so here is the abandoned waste dump. You're basically going north here. There's no enemies in this area, so you're fine using a light. And you're looking for something like that, but a whole egg. I'm just going to go ahead and loot this. Loot this. Yogi meat can also be used to make the good meat. Ah, there's one. See that? That's a Deathclaw egg. So we're going to take that. I'm going to go inside here, and I will turn my light off. And again, I'm not built for this, but I'll still do okay. Just because this loadout is really powerful. This weapon and, you know, all my perks. Killed the two Deathclaw in here. There's only two. And there's like 2, maybe 3 nests in here. And up, look, there's another Deathclaw egg. There's one in that pile. Nice. Got very lucky that time. Cracked Deathclaw egg. So that's the one to the south. There's also one to the north. I think there's only 2. There's other little alcoves and so forth, but I don't remember seeing anything back in there. So like you could try to, you know, look for nooks and crannies, but I don't think there's any Deathclaw nests, like up in this nook or anything like that. Oh, maybe there's a third one. Okay, there's a third one. For some reason I blanked on the third. Okay, so there are 3 nests in this cave. Got it. The next location would be... Where is it? Here we go. Hopewell Cave. I'm stealth, so I realize, oh, I'm not in stealth, so I immediately, oh, nice. A legendary putrid mole rat. Yeah, go away. Nice. There is a, he's right up there, there is a Deathclaw in here. Hey, he's awake, good. I like crippling the head. That's a berry. Oh, well, there we go. Give up. Again, I'm not built for high combat at this moment. Fortunately, he'll keep his low health. What I should do is switch to my... Oh, I can't, right? Because I'm in my B build on the machine. Okay, now we can turn the light on. I don't really need all the junk, but I'll pick it up. Okay, so there can be Deathclaw eggs. I've seen them over here. I've seen them over on the other side. Even not in nests, so just look all over the place for those whole Deathclaw eggs. As many as you can find. Sadly, I'm not seeing any here. I see broken ones. Those don't work. Ah! There we go. Deathclaw egg. Come on. Let me have it. Let me have it. There we go. Again, not in a nest. Well, I guess that's sort of a nest. Little pile of bones there, but it's not a proper nest like that. So just basically scan the wall, scan the middle. Just keep your eyes peeled. There could be a Deathclaw egg, I think, almost anywhere in here, if my hunch is correct. Okay. So the next spot, I think here. Ah, yes. Now, I've not seen eggs here, but it's worth checking anyway. Go to Nuka-Cola World. Sorry, chewing. Habit. Here, we're going to go into the Tunnel of Love here. Yeah, I didn't set out to explain everything in depth. I just sort of am having fun explaining, and I'm sort of going off on every possible tangent. So I'm not following like an organized list. So that's why I'm sort of jumping around to different topics, but hopefully it's semi-coherent. We're going to go all the way to the end here. Take a left. Another left. And this is where one of the Deathclaws spawn during the event. And we're basically just looking at all these. There's like 3 or 4 nests here. Just loot the nests. Maybe we can get lucky and get a whole egg. But we didn't. Okay. Alright, no luck there. Gonna run back past the wedding spot. Gonna go upstairs. We want to go back and to the left. This is where the other Deathclaw spawns during the event. There's always 2. And there's a nest here, and we can see that there's, you know, Deathclaw egg possibilities here. Sadly, nothing spawned here. So, oh well. Okay, the next spot would be way down here. I'm just going to bite the bullet and spend my money to get down here. Thunder Mountain. There's a Deathclaw that spawns here. I've not seen a nest here yet. So I don't know. I don't think there's a nest that ever goes here. But if you're needing Deathclaw meat to make your Deathclaw Wellingtons, then there's a guy right here. He's a brute. So I tend to jump up high when I'm fighting him. Well, I don't usually now, but before. Here, let's go ahead and kill him. Oh, nice. They all killed each other at the same time. Alright. I'm still in combat. Why am I still in combat? So I've looked around here and I don't see any nests anywhere. I mean, maybe I'm missing one. Maybe I'm missing it. But I've not... Maybe this is a male Deathclaw and he can't lay eggs? Don't know. But if you look around, there's sometimes an event over this way where there's some super mutants fighting a Deathclaw. There isn't now, but maybe we'll still find the nest. There's sometimes a nest over here, if I remember correctly. I don't see it though. Wish there was I wish I had ESP for Deathclaw eggs. That would be nice. Maybe there is one. I should look for it. But yeah, just look over this way. If there's a bunch of super mutants fighting a Deathclaw, I've seen a nest here as well because of that. I'm not seeing one now, so there we go. It's always the nests. And if you see super mutants fighting a Deathclaw like up north of here, there's other possible locations for that same event. Then there's probably a nest, you know, where the Deathclaw is. Anyway, oh, that's why I was not out of combat, because there was still a mosquito there. So let's go back and visit my camp. I'm going to jump down.
This is a pretty cushy poster, all things considered.
Yeah, thanks for emoting. So anyway, you have to have 2 Deathclaw eggs and 2 Deathclaw meats. Might as well make some while I'm here. All right. So I got the eggs, got the meats. And you're going to need some pepper. So remember, everywhere you find pepper, salt, and spices, just grab them and save them. That's how I got into that tangent. I'll grab the salt out as well. And I'm going to grab out the Deathclaw egg I have hiding in here. And did I save any Deathclaw meat in here? No, I did save some glowing meat. Okay, so obviously the cryo freezer is going to be very important. Get your hands on that some way. I don't know how you can do that now. Let me look it up. See if it's still available, like by military or by the from the store, maybe. You can buy it from Mortimer at the Crater Core for 1250 gold bullion. So there you go. Get that freezer. You'll thank me later. It's amazing. Basically, you put food in here and it never spoils. Except under extremely weird circumstances, they will take a very slight amount of spoilage. Like supposedly when you're teleporting around. Go away. You're annoying. Okay. Are we in our build mode? Let's go back to commando. Let's go to my camp build. And you're going to want super duper equipped. You're going to want boiled water. See how many I have. Meat. Deathclaw Wellington. I'm going to need a few more boiled water. So, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Oh, I didn't get a proc. Bummer. Or did I? I don't know. Oops. Wrong machine. Here we go. Oh, I did. Good. Got 5 Deathclaw Wellington, or 4 Deathclaw Wellington out of that. Already was carrying one. Alright. So, glowing meat steak. Let's also make some glowing meat steak. Because I have some glowing meat. I'll save the Deathclaw meat in here for later. Sadly, you only have 50 slots, so you have to be careful what you store in there. You can't just, fill it up with a bunch of junk. I'm going to take this out. I can get that quickly. I'm going to take these out. They're garbage. That's my luck buff. These are smaller luck buff. When I run out of these, I'm just going to use these. Smoked Mirelurk fillets. I just have these here for safekeeping in case. I'm going to take 2 of them out because I don't really need that many. Tasty Squirrel Stew is XP buff. Deathclaw meat is for later. Sheep Squatch meat is for later. Yogi meat is for later. Like if I want to build something like the... I don't have it now, but if I want to build, you know, one of those melee damage buffs. And that's what I'm using the glowing meat for now. Okay. So, distractions upon distractions upon distractions, and tangents and loose ends and all that stuff. Grab some Brahmin milk. Anything interesting here? Yeah, hot dogs. A nice health buff. Smoked Mirelurk fillets for carry weight. Pemmican for health. Or for endurance, which is health. And then, let's see here, let's put 1, 2 hot dogs in there because they last 30 minutes, and that's just a nice little HP buff on the top of everything. 1. Yeah, I'm just going to dump these. I don't need those little baby mitigations. You can use those. Like, anything you can use to mitigate damage if you're sort of under-geared is a good thing. But I don't really need them at this point. Okay. So now let's talk about the armor. I think I've bored you with everything else. Right now, I'm using Vulcan armor. And the most important thing here, the absolute most important thing, is the 1-star effect, which is troubleshooters. This right here, you need. This is the most important thing. The other stuff is just nice to have, right? So through hikers, that's just a convenience to carry thing. Strength is on each piece is just a way to get my strength up. So phase 2 is faster. It's not required. There's other ways to get your strength up using food and perk points and stuff. But this is just how I'm doing it now because I can. If you have some other armor set, like you maybe have a hodgepodge. That's how I started this. I went in. I had a terrible setup. It was basically just a bunch of random crap as a troubleshooter set. But the most important thing was that each piece had troubleshooter on it. And that's so important because every single piece of troubleshooter reduces the damage you take by 15%, right? So if you look at this, where is it? Minus 15% damage from robots is the first star. You stack 5 of those on 5 pieces, that you're taking 75% less damage from robots. That is huge. You will not believe how survivable this becomes. Like if you want to test it, like if you're cautious about it, you're like, I don't know if I trust that. Put together a troubleshooter set and go over to like Dire Chemical and just run around and just not hidden or anything, just run around like you normally would and just stand there. And see how long it takes for the robots to hurt you. It will take them a very long time, especially if you're in power armor. Mostly if you're in power armor. It's also good when you're in like normal, like I have a troubleshooter Secret Service set here, right? That's what the T means here. But in power armor, because it has a flat mitigation of incoming damage from all sources, you add troubleshooter to that, and you basically just laugh at things. So I'll show you what I mean. Now this is going to be a little bit unfair because I also have some other stars there. And I'm not even built for this right now. I'm in my normal, you know, I'm not built for doing the boss right now. But if I come over here and I just stand here, right? Oh wait, no. I'm not. I didn't put it on, right? I should probably put it on. I should probably get into my power armor. That's a brain fart on my part. I'm just so used to not using power armor. To have to do it is like burdensome for me. Okay, now we're in the proper gear. Of course, the he's being damaged. He's damaging himself using my ricochet, and also the reflective effect on my gear, which is something that you don't need to start with. It's just a nice perk on top of having the ricochet effect. Let's go over here and see if we can get into a nice place where robots can kill themselves on me. And the beautiful thing is that reflective effect from ricochet is going to make the robots kill themselves. So you can see I turned white there. That's that 4th star effect, which you don't need to do this, and I didn't start out with it. So he killed himself on me. He killed himself. They will still kill themselves even without you having the 4th star reflective effect. Just having troubleshooters alone is all you need to survive this. You can see I'm taking no damage, effectively. The little health bar goes down by like 1 or 2 health, and then it comes right back up. Partly that's because I'm using a special medics thing on my chest. Here, let me remove that. No. Here, let's just take that off. Okay, I'm no longer using medics. I'm just using 4 pieces of troubleshooter armor. So no more medics, no more automatic stim pack usage. That was a bit cheaty. You won't start out with that. Unless, I mean, if you have a set of power armor that has the medics effect, then definitely use that. But if I weren't using the troubleshooter, I would be taking a lot more damage right now.
What's the matter, you pansy-ass pinko?
Come on, damage me.
Tired?
Okay, you're boring. You're broken. You're not attacking me for some reason. But anyway, that's a very weak attempt to show you the effect here. But troubleshooter is where it's at. You want troubleshooter on all your pieces, and it doesn't need to be a match set. I went in with just various troubleshooter pieces that I had collected from just questing, right? Because I was basically just holding them to crunch. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. No, I can build a troubleshooter power armor set with this to go into the raid. So I just, I lucked out, and I just cobbled together a hodgepodge set. I think it was like an XO1 piece, a Raider piece, a couple excavator pieces. It was just a mess. But the most important thing was they were all troubleshooter. And that's all that really mattered. Everything else could be compensated for in other ways. And that's really how you start it. As you continue killing him more and more, you'll start to get Vulcan armor. You might even have some troubleshooter modules laying around. You might be able to craft troubleshooter modules. You slap those on your Vulcan power armor, or whatever set armor you have, and you're good to go. I mean, the only reason I'm using the Vulcan armor right now is because it's fun. I don't even need to use this. I could just use some other set, right? You don't need to use Vulcan armor. The nice thing about this particular armor, other than the fact that I'm sort of still building it, so I sort of want to focus on it, right? That's why I'm still having it equipped and using it. I could just as easily use my, use some other, I could have stayed in my hodgepodge troubleshooter armor. It would have been fine. But I did want to build this out. I did want to make it nice. So as I get more pieces, I get more reflective pieces. I put them in there. I slap on through hiker. I slap on strength. I slap on troubleshooter if it's not already on. If those aren't already on there. If you watch my other videos, I'm sort of agonizing about, well, do I want to replace this piece? Is it worth getting this effect for that? I'd have to go put a strength on it. I'd have to go make another troubleshooter. Or yeah, all those like annoyances, right? As you're sort of cobbling together a nice finished set. The benefits of this set, once you get it tricked out, is better fusion core duration, better AP regen rate, and that's it. That's all this set gives you. Other than those things, it does have very nice damage resist. You can see it has very, very, very good damage resist, very, very good energy resist, middling nuclear resist, right? Nuclear radiation resist. But this is ideal for the robot fight because there's no radiation damage. So this is sort of a very good set for the robot fight. So that's also why I'm using it, because it's just really good. So if you can get this, if you can cobble together some pieces, and if you have some spare troubleshooter, slugs, modules, throw them on 5 Vulcan armor pieces and you're good to go. You can worry about adding strength and a 3rd star of some type and your 4th star later as you sort of like work the set into something better over time. It took me maybe 100 runs to get a really good set together. And that was, I think the first 30 runs were me in a cobbled together troubleshooter set, and then I had enough troubleshooter modules that I swapped those over to Vulcan pieces as they were coming in. I think that was about the only good thing about it. I think I had maybe 2 strength pieces, some arms keeper pieces, some through hiker pieces, and a hodgepodge of 4 stars that were maybe good, maybe bad. An Aegis, a Rejuvenators. I didn't have any reflective for a while. So, you can make do with a lot of, minor things. So that's how you sort of begin. Get your luck up, get your strength up, get your endurance up. Everything else sort of falls into place once you get those effects. Okay, so let's go down to the camp. And that long-winded explanation that meandered all over the place is how you do this. And then I'll show you what you do when you're in there. I'm going to go in completely unbuffed just to show you how nice it is with the right gear. Even if you're unbuffed, there's nothing, I'm not using any foods. I'm just using those mutations. I haven't even gotten rid of the negative strength from the other pieces. This is just totally unprepped. Just want to go in raw. I'm going to raw dog it. That's what she said. And again, remember, I have the benefit of an ally here with, or not an ally, but myself on another account using empath, so I take less damage from from the get-go. And of course, you can see my health is lower because I'm also mutated with adrenal reaction. So I also have another 31% damage just because I have some radiation damage to hold my health lower than full. But let's go ahead and just get rid of that. Let's go ahead and just go right back up to the top. So we'll just pretend that we're, sort of wimpy and weak and go right back up here. Let's drop some more super stim packs for him because he's been using them. I like to go in with at least 10. You'll get a lot more after the fight. And you only want super stim packs, nothing else. No other stim of any variety, just super stim packs. That's all you want. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get into the power armor. And of course, I made the mistake of doing this in first person. It didn't bug out on me, thankfully. Now, I will be, if you're just doing this for the first time, again, my power armor has 4 pieces of reflective. You won't have that. So that's why I can do this without, or hopefully why I can do this with not having as many buffs as I would ordinarily use. Like I don't have, like if I look at my buff list at the bottom here, I have Kindred Spirit, that's it. And then I'm in power armor, and I have my Vulcan power armor bonuses. So I'm going to swap to my first weapon for the phase 1, swap to my auto axe for phase 2, and again, because I have the extremely rare Pounders effect, that should also make up for the fact that I'm not buffed up. But when I didn't have it, being buffed up was very, very important. Okay, so we're going to run in. I don't have any amazing buffs on me. Okay, I'll enter solo, why not? I, again, have her as the leader for some stupid reason. If you don't have an alternate account, and the character that you've leveled up enough to have empath. And you can actually take the chem at very low level. So all you really need, if you want to gain the empath on your alternate, so you can share it onto your main, is create a level 1 character on it, get high enough to where you can have at least really, that's it. That's it. Just a level 1 character and have them take an empath serum. That's it. And then once they're paired with your character, they don't have to do anything. They just sit in town and do nothing, or sit in their camp. And you basically inherit only the positive effect of that empath buff, which is a huge reduction in incoming damage. So we're gonna run over here. We'll see if I can actually do this with no buffs. I'm not going to use a whiskey. I'm not going to use a psycho buff. So I have only 27 strength, only 21 luck. Very, very wimpy, weak. We'll see if my gear can compensate. Fortunately, I'm not carrying. I don't think I'm carrying any junk that I care about. No, I don't care if I lose that crap. I'll just come back and get it. Right? Now I didn't die because I have medic pump on my chest. So if you do have power armor that has medics on it, use that. You know, if you have a piece sitting around, definitely use it.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperature.
I'm going to have to power attack again. And now it's probably not enough. This is why you want more buffs. Now I can do it, right? Because I have like really good gear. I have extra strength from my weapon. I have extra strength on all my armor pieces, right? But I almost didn't make it. And it's not as fun to do it slowly. So, yeah, there's that. So even if you're super well geared, it still pays to at least take strength buffs to get your strength up. You can do without the luck buffs if you have all the nice, reflective armor. And that's why I've been collecting the lower luck food. And why I've been a bit lax about taking whiskey when the luck effect drops off of the card. What is it called? Yeah, and also I'm in a wrong build, right? So let's actually switch to a good build. That's how powerful these weapons. It's mostly the auto axe and the reflective ability, right? It's just insane. Okay, now I'm actually in a good build. Now I actually have slugger perks. I have science perks. I have, what else? Whatever I have, right? So let's try this again. Let's see if this sucks a little bit less this time. Because that did suck a little bit. It took a long time. I actually had to equip the weapon power attack a second time. Because the weapon my damage was getting less and less and less until it was like 300. It's terrible. Again, there's nothing I'm doing that's special. This is all the magic of the gear and the weaponry, the legendary effects, the reflective effect of ricochet, or now on my gear. But this can be done in shitty crap gear. You just need to make sure your sledge is correct. You need to make sure your auto axe is correct. You need to make sure you have troubleshooter on all your pieces. Plus anything else you can get on there that might help you, like medics on your chest. Whatever suit of armor you have, medics is super helpful for phase 1. Just make sure your health is above 50% so it doesn't spam it. I mean, it will spam it as you go below 50%, but that's the only time you want it to spam. Or Born Survivor, right? Start with Born Survivor. Full health Born Survivor. As you get down below 40% here, let's actually do the right thing here. There. I don't want other stim packs on me. Only super stim packs. Okay, let's see how well I do this time. Now see, that's better. 18, 19, 2100. That's when I actually have the correct cards enabled. Now it's going to slow down, speed up again. Okay, there we go. So I don't need any special perks for this. None. Just because I've sufficiently worked on the character enough that it's sort of not really necessary anymore. But you won't start that way, most likely, so just do what you can with what you have. And that's how you build this. That's how you can kill this guy in less than a minute. It was much harder before I got pounders. I'll admit. I would go to a minute, minute 10, minute 15. I would come close to, like, when I was starting out, I would come close to the room exploding on me. But then after a while, you build better. The whole thing gets better. And it's very breezy. Okay, now let's actually focus on some buffs. Because I do want some decent XP while I'm doing this. Even though double XP is gone, I can still get some good XP with the luck, with lunch boxes, with sleeping well, with the Mothman post here. Mothman, what the hell's that called? Altar, podium, that's it. The Mothman podium. This takes so annoyingly long. And do I have it and it's just not showing me I have it? Sometimes I've noticed that happens. I can't open the Pip-Boy annoyingly, so I can't refresh my timer at the bottom there. I'm just going to assume I have it, even though it didn't show it. Let's just pop open. Let's see if Kindred Spirit goes to 3 hours again. Why? Why is it not doing it? It's like bugged or something. You shouldn't have to sleep more than like 30 seconds. Here, let me time it. Okay, I'm sleeping. Ten seconds. 20 seconds. See, now this time 20 seconds. I was there for like a minute and it didn't do it. It's like bugged out or something. All right, we're going to read the Sacred Mothman Tome, which is a reward that is possible from the Mothman event that takes place at Point Pleasant on certain occasions. Let me see when it takes place again. We're going to look at the calendar. Whoops, not that. F76 Cal. This event, or this website's really good. Okay, so you can see we're at Script Surplus, Legendary Vendor Sale, Minerva number 3. If we keep going down, we can just sort of look down. And I guess no more for the next 2 months. Bummer. Is there something we can see on the roadmap here? Well, it'll show up, you know, next quarter probably. But it's the Mothman event that takes place at Point Pleasant, and you basically just you do the objectives that it shows, and then at the end of it you get rewarded with, you know, various things, and one of the possibilities is the plans for that podium. I'm putting these in the wrong place, of course. Let's go ahead and just let's move these over. I am a pack rat. That's one of the reasons why it's helpful to have multiple accounts, so you can have mules that just hold lots and lots and lots and lots of things for you. It also very much helps having Fallout first, because you have endless storage for junk, scrap, and ammo. Very, very nice. Okay, so we have the sleeping buff. We have the Mothman podium buff. Those are XP buffs. If we look at those, we have Kindred Spirit. That's 5% bonus XP. We have Wisdom of the Mothman, which is 5% bonus XP. If you can't get this, there's also the possibility of getting that same buff from an ally. And his name, if you can afford to get this, I don't use him anymore, is Scarberry. This is a Mothman shrine. You can place this on your camp, and it adds a dude that you can talk to that will give you that same buff. Here, I'll show you what it looks like. Well, I can't because she's at her desk. Okay, screw that. But if you put that there, he's like this weird... I mean, he's basically a cultist, so he's kind of a weirdo. And you talk to him, and he's like very fanatical. Oh, well, the Mothman this and the Mothman that. Do you also worship the Mothman? He's sort of a southern accent, which I don't know if that's critical of the South. But it is what it is. But you can talk to him, and he'll say, you know, you bless me. And you'll be like, oh, yes, here you go. And you get a 5% Mothman buff. But now you can get the same thing using this. So it's more convenient. The other XP buff comes from either drinking cranberry juice, or if you talk to... Where is he? No, not down here. Up here. Leo's desk. So Leo is like an old timer, and he's a mutant. And you could talk to him, and he loves Nuka-Colas. And you could talk to him, and if you give him a cranberry cola, he will give you a 5% buff that lasts for an hour. Now, all these buffs, the XP buff from here, from the one dude, Scarberry, and from Leo, only last an hour. And you can only get them, this one you can get as much as you want. Like, I could read this again, it'll extend my buff. Leo and Scarberry, they last 1 hour, and you can only get it once per calendar day of real-time days. Not in-game days, but real-time days. Just like Adelaide will give you a buff that protects you against robots, which is nice to have as well when you're starting out. Oh, that's another thing we can talk about. We can talk about magazines. If you have the magazine that lets you take less damage from robots, I think he has it in his chest, doesn't he? I thought I kept a couple of them. No, I didn't. Weird. Okay. Let's see if we get one. Mystery Bauble. Nope, no mystery bauble or no mystery magazines. Well, there is a set of magazines that will give you less damage from robots. That's another thing to have. Like this one gives me XP, so it's not as helpful for that. Oh, here it is. Tesla Science 1. Minus 25% damage from robots. It's the same buff that Adelaide will give you, but you can use that magazine over and over again, which you can do if you have, and you should have, Curator equipped during this event. So bobbleheads last twice as long and magazines last twice as long. There we go. And of course all the other perks apply. You have your damage perks, you have your damage mitigation perks. So like Slugger, Expert Slugger, Master Slugger, Incisor, which for I think this might only apply in Phase 2, gives you an incredible amount of armor penetration. Science Expert, and Science Master I want because my Auto Axe has Electrified effect on it. So that buffs the Electrified effect. And what else? Most everything else is just quality of life. Good with salt so my food doesn't spoil. Class Freak to mitigate the negative effects of my mutations, some amount. Bloody Mess is just a nice general flat damage bonus. It's not a lot, but it's enough, to help. Luck of the Draw I use to repair my weapon so it lasts longer. It procs a lot on the Auto Axe. We've already talked about all these. And then Tenderizer for more damage. On my alt account, there's another reason for having an alt account. You basically can extend the number of perks you have. So like I'm going to share inspirational from her, so he doesn't have to slot that, so he gets more XP, right? Or I could, share, some of these other things, like if he's all of a sudden, needs to go somewhere and he's weighed down with junk, I can share this because she has enough charisma points to share a 3-point card. But right now it's inspirational. So if I go to him, he has inspirational, even though he doesn't have that equipped himself. So really nice to have a second account for those kinds of things. You don't have to do it with a second account, but it is nicer in many ways. Okay, so now we've burned through some of his Mothman Tome. I'm going to grab a luck bonus. You can buy this with gold. You could buy this with gold. So I'm going to increase my luck by 2, my int by 2. Right? So if we look, I have +2 int from intelligence buff there. I have a luck boost from the machine there. So that gets my the amount of XP I'm gaining here, the amount of ricochet effect that I'm getting here, the chance to ricochet here. And then let's put down, and I think you can also now buy this with, I think it's under appliances. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, maybe, no, it's just miscellaneous structures now. I can never remember where some of these are. It's really annoying. They need to put all camp items that can give you a buff into one category. Here we go. Okay, when you get to the antique speed bag, you just go to the weight bench, and there's other items, but I only have 2 of them. So I'm just going to throw this there. If you use the weight bench, I think there's a bicycle that you can get that does this as well. That you can buy with gold from either the robot at the core or from the dude down at the foundation. I was doing this for the first, 2 or 3 hours before I was able to put strength on all the pieces of my gear. By the time I had like above 50 strength consistently with just other buffs, I wasn't doing this anymore because it takes so long. And again, I think this is a bug. He should have it by now. It should not take this long to get the buff. Let's get out of there. It should only take like 30 seconds. Does he have it? No. See, it's actually really annoying sometimes when this game bugs out. Let's try it again. This when it works, will give you a +2 strength buff. Which doesn't seem like much, but if you have the weight bench, or the bike, or whatever other, camp item that will give you +2 strength, definitely use it when you're starting out, because it makes a difference in cutting the time for Phase 2 down from, oh no, I'm dead because everything exploded, to, yay, I finished in time. The room might be red, I might be 5 seconds from exploding, but at least I didn't explode. There we go. Strength increased by 2. Excellent. That's another reason I don't like power armor, because you can't be in power armor and have any. You can't be in power armor and use any of these use the camp items that require you to, like, quote, enter them. I'm gonna drop one of those. That. Okay. The rest of this stuff I'll just deal with. So I'm gonna remove this because I don't really need it. As long as your strength is above 50, you're going to do really well, even without pounders. Get your strength to 50, get your luck to 30, using food, camp items, magazines, bobbleheads. There's a strength bobble, there's a luck bobble. Use those if you need to. They last for 2 hours if you have Curator in there, so you can go for a long time. I was using the luck bobble for a while, and I was using the strength bobble. So they're all valid. I'm gonna also get some charisma here. This one gives you agility and something else, so I don't use it. All right, so let's take some buffs here, and then we'll start doing this in a better way. So right now I am at 27 strength, which is not great. I'm gonna take Deathclaw Wellington. Now my strength is 34. Let's take a whiskey, and you'll see my strength go to 40. It's even better. I'm going to take glowing meat steak, hot dog. That's going to increase my luck. Now I'm at 33 luck. See that? That's partly because of the machine, this machine right here, fortune teller, but also because the whiskey is giving me 3 extra luck using happy-go-lucky. And then I took that, sorry, I did go through that pretty quickly. I did consume seared venison with berries for 8 luck. And if you're seeing less than 8 luck on this, or less than 8, or fewer than 8 points of strength with the Death Claw Wellington, it's because you don't have strange numbers equipped, and you don't have carnivore. And your teammate, you have to be with a teammate, not just by yourself. There has to be a teammate, and they have to be mutated as well. But they don't have to have your same mutations. They could have even just one of anything, and it still works. Strange numbers kicks in and will make your mutation stronger. So my carnivore mutation, because of that, if we look down at carnivore, doesn't really tell you, does it? Do I have a carnivore mutation serum? No, I don't, but I can probably pull it up at the chem bench. So carnivore, right? Benefits of eating meat are doubled, right? So instead of the item, this item would normally only give you, like, what is it? 3 strength, maybe? I think it's only 3 strength. But with carnivore, it gives you 6. With the strange in numbers, that boosts it by 25%. It's really 7.5. It's not actually 8, but the food item will only show you a rounded amount. So if we go in here and we find the food, like this is a rounded number. I don't think it's actually 8 strength. I think it's only 7.5, but it's not going to show you a fractional amount. Same thing here. I think it's only 7.5 luck, but the game rounds it up to 8 because that's how you round a 0.5. I'm pretty sure that's right. Because 25% of 6 is 1.5. All right, so we're going to take some tasty squirrel stew. This company tea, pemmican, leader bauble, live and love for more XP. Now I have the serum, so I'm going to take them. So the minus whatever amount of strength I was getting from the negative effects, because I was losing a little bit of strength, I would be about 2 strength lower than what I am now. I'd be at like 41 strength because of those mutations, maybe even 40 strength if I hadn't taken those serums. It's not game changing. It's not going to hurt me, but it will hurt you if you have those mutations and you're just starting out. So either get rid of those mutations or take the serums if you have them. Because every bit of strength matters when you're starting out. Because you might not have armor with 10 strength on it. So if you look at my strength now, I'm at 49. Because I'm losing a buff. I think my psycho buff wore off. Okay, so let's... one thing I have to do is make sure I'm not carrying any stim packs or anything other than super, right? I don't want the normal stim packs. I don't want the diluted ones. Just super. Very important. Anything else you have, drop it. You don't want to go in. You don't want to begin that fight with anything but super stim packs as far as the stim pack name on it. You can have healing salves. Those are fine. Those won't get used. At least I didn't notice them being used. It was always like this massive boost of health when I just had super stim packs. and even with healing salves. Now, you might want healing salves when you're starting out to compensate if your self-healing isn't good enough. And the reason healing salve is good is because there's no animation with it. So you take it and it's an instant effect. It doesn't show you injecting it or eating it or anything like that. And you can spam it. You can go like, if you bind it to your emergency button, which for me is my keypad 0, I can just go spam, 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 spam. I can hit it like 3 times, and I have the effect of 3 healing salves at once. And it's a huge boost of healing over time. But hopefully you don't need that if you have just stim packs and you have the int and charisma effects that amplify the effect of the stim packs. Now this will be much easier now, because now I'm at 49 strength. I'm going to take a psycho buff. There we go, 52 strength, 30 luck. I don't know why my luck is down all of a sudden. But really, as long as you're around, even 25 luck is excellent. Even 45 strength is excellent. But if you can get above 30, above 50 and above 30, or at 30, then this fight gets much easier. And again, switch weapons, wait a couple seconds, because otherwise it's not ready yet, and you'll start out and it'll grind nothing. And when everything's lined up and everything's going well, we're at around a 40-second fight, which is ideal, because you want to do this fight as many times as you can within the hour. And I forgot to pop the lunchboxes, because I'm an idiot. So third person makes them pop faster. Whoops. Accidentally used that magazine. Alright, so first thing we do, drop the bad stim packs. Don't go in with those. And you can even drop them when you're waiting for him to come up out of the pit. I really need to set him as the leader of the group. So to reiterate, Phase 1, Sledgehammer, you want as much crippling damage, you want crippling damage, chance to cripple, and I think those are the only things that matter on that weapon. I'm not convinced that the weapon damage itself does anything, or like the first effect. I don't know if it does anything. It might, but I don't think it does. You can try some other version of the sledge that does, the extra crippling damage.
This is an automated message.
You might even be able to get away with the other sledge. As long as it has some crippling damage and chance to cripple, that might work. I can't guarantee it for you.
Activating defense systems.
Take some whiskey. And this little panel that I'm looking at down here and to the right of my navigational compass, is called Buff Meter, and it's quite nice. And I don't like mine up above. I like mine down below, because it's just the way I am. It defaults to the top left corner. I'm getting unlucky. There we go. So swap weapons and wait a moment, and then you grind. Now, before I had pounders, I was getting, with all my buffs, I was getting around 900 damage, between 800 and 900 damage. Of course, with pounders, it goes much, much higher. And that's a very nice thing. Bruisers. Okay, now I'm going to set him as the lead. Can I do it yet? Yes, I can. Good. Again, it's nice to have 2 accounts, even though it's a little bit more work, because I can do things like I can run over here and pick up the crap that he's dropped, right? So it doesn't go to waste, so I can use it for something. Notice I'm just doing this at full health, which is what you should do when you're starting out. Any bit of extra survivability that you have there is an excellent thing. I am gimping my damage by doing this, by the way, by being full health. I'll show you what I normally do, which is like, I mean, if you've been playing this for a while, you probably already know about adrenal reaction. So I'm going to go and show you a couple things. So I have a card called Radicool, which increases my strength based on the amount of rads I have. So we can see I have 52 strength here. So I'm going to increase my rads. I don't remember how many I have on me. I don't want to go below 1/2 health. So now I have 56. See that? I just went up by 3 or 4 strength. The other thing it does is it kicks in this mutation called adrenal reaction. Good Lord, I have a lot of buffs. I'm doing 31% more damage. Nice. I don't think that affects phase 1, but it definitely affects phase 2. And it's not significant. That extra little damage percent is additive, so it's not amazing, but it is better than nothing. What really counts is the extra 3 or 4 strength. That does translate to a nice little bit of damage. And if you need to do that to get more strength, to get yourself above 50 or at least 250, then do it, especially if you have medics on your chest. I would do that if I have medics on my chest. Like, automatically use the stim pack when below 50% health. And there's no cooldown on that. Like, Born Survivor has a cooldown, 20 seconds. It sucks, right? It's a nice beginning thing, but if you have a piece of power armor chest that has medics on it, use that. Put Troubleshooter on it and make that your chest piece. And just stay above half health, you know, and then you can equip Radicool, and that'll bump up your strength by, 2, maybe 3, depending on the amount of health you have, because Radicool works off of how much radiation damage you have, not how much health you have. So the higher your health pool, the more radiation damage you will have when you're above half. Propelling. No thanks. And you can look it up online. You just type in Radicool effect, and it'll tell you how much radiation damage you have to inflict upon yourself using, like, toxic goo in order to obtain 1 strength, 2 strength, 3 strength, 4 strength, and then 5 strength. And of course, if you're playing an unyielding build, which is what I normally do, then I'm always getting 5 strength out of it, which is nice. I'm not using weapons that benefit from that, but it does benefit my carrying capacity. And I'm getting the lockup. Come on. Wake up. There we go. God, this game's loading times are crazy. Defeated by the loading screen boss.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Always make sure you're on the sledgehammer first. Try to take a cycle buff. That'll help.
Preparing. Stand by.
for a while, I had
Warning.
found a different 4-star effect for my auto axe, and it added a minor amount of damage. I mean, if you have that, if that's all you have, that's great. But when you do get pounders, that's what you want on your auto axe, because that's what makes this build really shine, and it makes up for so many other things. Like I went in the wrong loadout, completely wrong perk loadout. I went in with no buffs other than like the sleeping buff, and I was still able to finish without dying. And that's largely due to pounders, which is absolutely going to get nerfed. I have no doubt. So if you can do it now, now's the time to do it. No, I ran out of iced coffee in my cup. I need to go get more. I'll be right back. Yum. Alright. Come on, dude. Don't just aimlessly run into a wall. Unless you want to. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yep, it's recording my voice. That would be funny if this was without my voice.
Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
Sorry, it would be funny if this were without my voice.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected.
Okay, whiskey buff. I'm going to redo that one. I'll keep my luck up. Well, you know what I forgot to do? I really should be over in, I do want to eke out a little bit more XP from this. So I'm going to switch my raids team to the intellect team, the casual team. Not yet, but I will in a moment. Swap to the auto axe, wait a moment, then start grinding. Again, if you do it too soon, you'll be grinding air. It's a terrible feeling, because then you know you're already behind on the fight.
Critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker
Okay, so real quick,
Take shelter.
get rid of this. Change team goal, intelligence, there we go. Yes, my weapon will fall apart faster, but it's not fast enough that I can't do the full hour. I've already tested it multiple times because of the perks I have. And don't feel bad if for some reason you can't run 2 accounts. I highly recommend it, of course, but it's not required. It's just, it makes this process safer, easier in many ways. It lets you not just toss things that you don't have room for. You can actually hold on to it. Like if you want to keep collecting psycho, buff tats, and psycho buffs, just offload them to an alt on another, that's just standing right there. It's better if you can do it using a persistent container like a suitcase at a train station, because and also using a, Fallout First subscription on at least one of those 2 characters, one of those 2 accounts. That way you can file away all the junk and all the ammo that you collect. And then if you do crash, you can get right back into your instance, into your world, assuming you get back in within a few minutes. And all your stuff should still be there in the suitcase
Evacuation is in
at the train station, because it's sort of a server-friendly, shared container.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense.
You might even be able to use one of the red boxes outside train stations and at Fallout 76. You just throw stuff in there, because that's supposed to be persistent. Because Because if you just drop it in a baggie, there's a chance that you could lose it if your server crashes. In fact, it's very likely that you will lose it if the server crashes.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperature reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online.
Sensor.
Take shelter immediately.
I am going to be building out holding power armor frames that hold a full set of each 4th star just as a backup. Like if for some reason, you know, a specific, like if fencers suddenly become super valuable in a certain situation, then I'll have a set and I won't have to like craft them or hunt them down. They'll just be right there. At least for the ones that are S tier and A tier. I'm not currently collecting the B tier and lower, according to Angry Turtle's assessments. He generally will not lead you wrong. I can't remember if he ever has, but his advice is usually pretty good. He's worth a follow. It's funny because when I first started watching him a few years ago, 4 years ago maybe, he wasn't on the screen, just like I'm not on the screen, so I had no idea what he looked like. So I had this totally wrong impression of what he looked like based on his voice. So when I finally saw him, it was like, whoa, you don't look anything like what I thought you looked like. So it was a matter of a few months before I finally got used to it. And now that's just the way he looks.
Message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Psycho Buff has long enough on it. I'm looking down at this list. I'm looking at the bottom 3 or 4 items of the list. The ones above that first green line, where it says Psycho Buff, Whiskey, Luck Boost, Intelligence Boost. I want to make sure those, when they're nearing 0, I sort of pay attention to them more.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately.
Going again with that annoying cursor position thing. Wish they would fix that. All list items should go to the first item by default, if you use your keyboard to get there. Whoops. And all list items should stay where they are and not jump 3 items lower just when you drop something. It's so annoying. I'm going to pick up these items real quick when he's in. Once it unlocks, it's weird how the add-on gives me his buffs. Come on. Come on.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert.
You might wonder, why do I have bird bones, eagle eyes, and egghead anyway? Well, normally, when I'm playing this game, like when I'm doing the score or when I'm doing public events, I'll be in my stealth commando build, or in a variation which is not stealth, but still commando. And as a ranged rifle build, those 3 are very, very good mutations to have. take that. It's funny how no damage you do to him. I almost hit the rim. The rim is instant death, by the way.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperature
Basically,
reaching
that outer rim that
unsafe
stays static
levels.
as he's
Take
being
shelter
raised back up.
immediately.
You touch that and you insta-die, no matter what. You cannot prevent it at all. There's no amount of armor, no amount of health. It's basically an infinite amount of damage done to you instantly. So you, as you're fighting him, he will try to push you back a little bit. You just step forward a step. It's fine. It's no big deal. No reason to panic. If you jump around and do dumb things like I was just doing, you can fall into it by accident. So as I'm looking at my timers in the buff timers panel there, I'm keeping an eye on my whiskey buff, my psycho buff, the durations. When you're starting out and your luck is weak, you want to make sure, and you're using the perk in charisma that buffs your luck when you have alcohol. You want to make sure to keep that monitoring that. You don't want your whiskey buff to drop below half of its duration, because there's a bug in the game. Still, they fixed it for Barry Mentats, but there's a bug in the game where even though you've doubled the duration of your alcohol buff, your whiskey buff, using that one perk card, it does not double the duration
This is
that
an
the other
automated
card
message.
gives you.
Evacuation is
So,
in progress.
whiskey,
Please
you know,
proceed to the nearest exit
3-minute
in an
buff,
orderly
I think,
manner.
right? Without any modifications.
Alert. Unauthorized
That's all you're
personnel
gonna get.
detected. Activating
I'm gonna take a
defense
whiskey.
systems.
And psycho buff. And so basically, this only lasts as long as the original whiskey duration, which is really annoying. So you can see I have like 7 minutes on my whiskey here. Maybe it's like 8 minutes by default. And I've overlapped it, so for some reason it displays weirdly. Or maybe it stacks on top and it's normally 3 minutes. I can look at the whiskey and find out. But whatever the natural duration, the unbuffed duration of whiskey, that's the only length of time that you're going to get 3 extra luck.
Reaching unsafe levels.
So
Security
if
bunker
you're
on.
low on luck,
Take shelter
keep an eye on that amount. So if we look at the actual whiskey itself, does it tell you? Okay, this is 8 minutes. Okay, so it's normally 4 minutes. Yeah, normally 4 minutes. All right, sorry, normally 8 minutes. So for 4 minutes, you're going to get +3 luck. So if you use this little indicator, either use some personal timer or have this mod set up so you can see, you know, the important things there. You can hide all the other stuff if you want to using the mod file or using the config file. I've actually added a few things I don't care about to it. I'm not going to go into how to do that. You can just read the directions. But if you do that, you set it up right. Whoops. Keep an eye on your whiskey buff. Make sure you, when it drops below 4 minutes, you either refresh it or at least be aware that your luck just went down by 3. Which will make phase 1 take longer on average. If you're significantly below 30, then that's really going to hurt you. 30 luck. Like if you're 22 luck and you drop to 19, that's going to hurt. Even if you're 25 luck and you drop to 22, that's going to hurt. If you're 30 and you drop to 27, not as bad. There's diminishing returns the higher you go, so it's not as big of an effect when you lose the points. If you can get to 33 points with it, then that's great. You're golden. You could let it drop to 30 and you're fine. So like I didn't need to eat that whiskey or drink that whiskey right then. It's okay if my luck drops from 33 to 30. no big hardship. I could probably even do well with
This is an
27.
automated message. Evacuation is
I mean, that's
in
where
progress.
where I'm going to
Please
eventually
proceed to the
land,
nearest
probably
exit in an
26 or
orderly manner.
27, when I'm no longer using the venison with
Alert.
berries.
Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Looks like my luck and my intelligence boosts are about to end, so I will go hit the machines this next time. Wait a moment and go. Swap, pause, grind.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately.
I'll also unload weapons and junk and ammo. Looks like we're going to get a new day starting here soon. The next couple minutes. Refresh the int. Refresh the luck. Oh yeah. I'll dump a bunch of stuff. I could do it down there, but I'll do it up here. And let's see how much that gives me. I can unload some armor. Plenty of space. Another thing you're going to want to do, dump all your basic repair kits. Those are junk. And keep a few improved ones. I have more in my chest, my stash box. And then if you want to get rid of some scrap kits, you can store extras in your stash box, or you don't really need more than... If you're going to run this over and over again, you don't really need to keep more than a few, because you'll just keep getting more. But if you do run out of space, you can use I figured this out yesterday, that you can use a scrap item, a scrap what the hell's it called? I don't remember the name of it. Scrap thingy. And it will scrap everything and put it in your scrap box if you have one, which is amazing. So it pays to carry at least one on you. Excuse me. Now, I haven't tested if it scraps those Vault-Tec supply packages or not. I hope they don't, because I'm counting on collecting those to utilize the effects of Junk Shield.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
Now, if I really cared about Junk Shield that much... Hi, babe.
Alert.
All right.
Unauthorized personnel detected.
If I really cared about
Activating
the
defense
damage
systems.
mitigation from Junk Shield, I would grab a bunch of legendary modules out of my stash box and put them on me. But it's not that critical at this point with this particular armor. It's pretty durable, and you can see I'm not... Now that I have medics, I'm more than not dying. The gear I have, the build I have... Oh, that was weird. Locked up. It's very hard for this robot to kill me, as long as I don't step onto the rim.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately.
Yeah, those basic repair packages and the improved ones weigh so much. They need to fix that. Those need to weigh almost nothing. It's really tedious to have to manage those and dump them from time to time. And it's a shame because, you know, they can be... The basic ones are junk. Never use those. But the improved ones are very nice. And if you're seeing a different listing order than you're seeing... If you're... can't speak. If the order of listing in your inventory is different from mine, it's because I'm using a mod, a string translation set of string translations from Nexus Mods, which sort of tidies up the names of things so that when they sort alphabetically, they're grouped properly. So like all aid items, aid items are together. All, you know, serums are together, not listed alphabetically. Like you won't see Herb Mentality here, and then way down below you won't see Talons. You'll just see them all together because someone has gone through and prefixed them. A translator. See, all aid items up here. Bobbleheads, chems, all here. All flux here, all serums here. It's just, it makes it so much nicer to find things and organize them. So having them listed alphabetically by their proper name is just not as efficient, in my opinion. And other people agree, which is why they made these
This is an automated
string
message.
translator sets.
Evacuation is in
String
progress.
translator
Please
files.
proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
Again,
Alert.
these don't mod the game
Unauthorized personnel
itself.
detected.
The game
Activating
is
defense
smart
systems.
and uses, I guess, techniques similar to Fallout 4, which I admittedly never played, where players can enhance their game by using files stored in the data folder. The game will look there and say, hey, do you have any files that the player has put there for me? Which is totally legit, and I have no problem with it. Bethesda has no problem with it. The game's like, yep, there's files there. I will use those. That's why we're seeing blue on this robot, for example. We can see through him to see his arms, his chest. It's the ESP mod for
Take shelter
you know,
immediately.
basically enemies, mobs. So there's one that I'm using for plants, which is amazing. There's one that I'm using for ores. So ores get colored as well. So like if you're out and about, you can see like lead is bluish, like a light blue. Copper is like a bright orange. And then I'm also using one for, a separate one for like junk items, so that junk is colored differently in certain places. I'm using one for the West Tech doors so that those go away. Although that's not as critical anymore because I'm no longer farming West Tech. This is a better XP farm for now because I can do it quickly until they nerf it. I can do it quickly and the XP is decent and I get lots of nice loot. Much better loot than from West Tech. So this is my preferred method of farming. And I've never been beyond the first boss because I don't care about that right now. If someone comes out with clever ways of bypassing mechanics or utilizing, abusing the boss mechanics against itself for the bosses 2, 3, and 4, and they're fun and easy to do, then I will definitely do that. But for now, I'm happy doing this over and over. I don't
This is an
need
automated message.
to do the other
Evacuation
things.
is in progress. Please
You can see my
proceed to the
strength
nearest
boost
exit
and my
in an
charisma
orderly
boost from
manner.
those machines is dropping off. That's fine. I
Alert.
just did those to show you the
Unauthorized
machine.
personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
See that? See the part of the rim that won't move right now? That part of the rim that stays is death. Instant death. The inside area that's coming back up with the robot, you're perfectly fine. The trick is, how do you know which part you're over? You don't exactly, so it's better just to stay near him. Notice how I'm moving forward a little bit? Because he will push you backwards a little bit. And you always want to be in front of him, not behind him. Always be in front of him. Don't try to be sneaky and get behind him thinking you can do better. You can't. You won't. You will die. He will push you off faster, I've heard.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter.
Fortunately, he does turn toward you at the beginning of the fight, so just let him be facing you. Just sort of hug him. Stand inside his chest if you need to. As he's coming up. Just move toward him, move toward him. Try not to go, try not to like hold down the move button so you're like constantly running through him, because you might slip past him and go off the back end, right? Just move only forward as necessary to maintain your position. Take some water and some cake. I like pie. Speaking of cake, there's only one cake I really like, and that is lemon cake with lemon icing. Preferably butter cake. With, sorry, not butter cake. Lemon pie with lemon cream butter icing. Is that the right way to say it? Buttercream lemon flavored icing. Not chocolate, oddly. Even though chocolate does pair well with lemon, I just want the full blast of lemon flavor. And then, along with that, you drink coffee or milk.
This is an automated message.
Not flavored coffee,
Evacuation is
black
in
coffee.
progress. Please
It counteracts
proceed to
and
the nearest
amplifies,
exit in an
like,
orderly manner.
somehow it just really makes that
Alert.
lemony
Unauthorized personnel
burst
detected.
flavor just really
Activating defense
amazing.
systems.
Milk is also very good. Nothing sweet, though. Nothing sweet. Ugh, gross, no. And I'm going to take another buff tats, or buff, psycho buff, and another whiskey. Notice how I'm moving forward. He pushes me back. I move forward a little bit. I just inch forward. I'm just tapping W. Just touching it. I'm touching it, touching it. Swap. As long as you're up next to him, he's not going to move you too far in one hit. But if you just let him move you back farther and farther without doing anything about it, I think he will push you into the ring.
Warning, energy usage critical.
So just, he moves you back, move forward. He moves you back, move forward. He moves you back, move forward. It's really basic. Nothing to panic about. If he moves you back, don't freak out and go, oh my god! Just, move forward a little bit. Just hit W, tap, tap, and you're good. Correct your left-right position if need be, A or D. To, shift left, shift right if he's moved you a little bit in one direction. Just tap, tap. That's all you need. Stupid basic repair kits. They're total junk. They're not worth keeping. Unless that's all you have. If you have only basic repair kits, because you haven't done higher content yet, that's totally fine. Use basic repair kits. If you don't want to, use your own resources to repair things. It's a great option. I prefer repairing things using my workbench because I have the perk points that let me, or the perk cards that let me repair it to double its normal health, which means it'll last twice as long. Which is one of the reasons I can go for a full hour without having to repair my weapon, even though I'm not using the raid public event, or the raid public group option. Watch my weapon die this time, and it'll make me a liar. Let's just double check it real quick. It is just a little bit under 100%. So good. Yep, it's working.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
It could last even longer if I equipped the higher level,
Unauthorized personnel detected.
a higher level of
Activating defense
stable
systems.
tools, right? Because I could put stable tools rank 3 on. Oh, there it is. If I removed first aid and or batteries included. Like if I removed batteries included, I could do that. But I don't need to because my weapon lasts the full hour based with just what I have. And putting batteries included on there means I can go longer without having to dump my inventory, right? Because right now, all the extra ammo I'm collecting and all the fusion cores I'm collecting weigh very little. So it basically just buys me time. You know what I can eat? I can have floating meat steak.
Take shelter immediately.
Yeah, thank you. And hot dog. Because those expired. Hot dog for a little bit of HP and meat steak for a little bit of extra strength, right? Or no, that's for melee damage, right? Glowing meat steak is for 100% or 100 more melee damage. As opposed to 213 more melee damage with the mutant hound, tasty mutant hound steak or whatever it's called. Now, if I didn't have this annoying loading screen of annoyance and death, I could probably get it. I could probably squeeze 3 or 4 more fights, 3 or 4 more kills into the robot before the hour expired. You know, all my XP buffs before they all went away, or at least the lunch boxes. The other ones persist, like the leader one and the bed one last a little bit longer. But those are only very minor. The magazine one expires, the Mothman podium expires, the lunchboxes expire. The int machine can be rebuffed, but you know. I do miss getting 60,000 plus per kill of XP, but oh well, it is what it is.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress.
Still getting
Please
somewhat
proceed to
decent
the nearest
XP
exit in
for
an
very little
orderly
effort.
manner.
Like,
Alert.
extremely little effort.
Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
And I don't need to, like, plow through, you know, 4 nuclear grenades per run, or 5 nuclear grenades per run like it was doing in West Tech. And I do not want to do the rifle-only method that Mrs. Blobby does, because I'm just not that good at navigating the instance and, you know, knowing exactly where the enemies are at every moment. I prefer the lazier approach of tossing nuclear grenades, but since they were nerfed, their radius was nerfed, which made everybody sad. Well, almost everybody, I'm sure. Anyone that was doing West Tech with them were certainly made sad. Like Mr. West Tech was made sad by it.
Temperatures reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter.
Yay, 5 more levels. I'm now using a butter knife to scratch my back. Because I am a Cro-Magnon. I'm a caveman here. Scratch back. Must scratch back. And my back scratcher is up in the bedroom. I need 2 of them. One at my desk, one in the bedroom. I'm really surprised that that these mole miners have not yet run over to my camp. It's normally something they do. And then from then on, my camp is like a giant magnet for all sorts of garbage. I'm gonna pop over. If it lets me, I was gonna Alt tab over. There we go. Come on. Come on. Oh, look at that. Kill a death claw. Timely. When it comes to, you know, making death claw steak or death claw Wellington. There we go. It didn't keep my run speed, or my run effect. 22:35, not bad. I'm now 155 levels higher than when I
This is an
started.
automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected.
See.
Activating defense systems.
Whiskey, you can see my luck is down, right, at 30, because my whiskey is below 4 minutes. If I take whiskey again, 33 luck, because it's back above 4 minutes. Psycho Buff has 56 seconds. Yeah, they really should fix that. But I hope they don't fix that while also nerfing this Pounder's effect. I'm happy with the way things are. Don't change anything, Bethesda. It's good. It's all good. Don't change a thing. I'll take the hit on the luck if you just keep this.
Warning, energy.
If you keep my Pounders the same, and if you keep the way that this fight
Take
works the
shelter
same,
immediately.
I'll be happy to just accept that. Bye bye luck. Good riddance. Don't need you. Don't need those +3 as much. I can make more whiskey. It's fine. No nerfs. Looks like one of those guys killed himself on me finally. Thank you, reflective effects. I do want to build an Overeater's reflective set. I should build that. Because I can imagine there will be times when I just want to stand there at a public event and do nothing, and yet still kind of contribute. So in those cases, I would not have a jetpack, but I would have medics on my chest, and I would just stand there, doing nothing, and yet I would still be helping. You know, as enemies kill themselves on my armor. It's like the lazy
This is an
build.
automated message.
When I just,
Evacuation is in
my big
progress.
thing is just
Please
showing up
proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
and passively doing
Alert.
damage to enemies that I
Unauthorized
get
personnel
XP from and
detected.
that I can loot.
Activating defense systems.
And with medics and a big stack of super stim packs, I'm unkillable. Even in something like eviction notice or the Moonshine Jamboree. Now, it'll be interesting to test that with the enemy reflective effect to see if me reflecting to them and then them reflecting to me will then damage me. That will be an interesting thing
Warning,
to
energy
experiment
usage
with,
critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe levels.
because that is a
Security
most
filter online.
annoying
Take
effect
shelter
that enemies can
immediately.
have. And it's often the case where many people will kill themselves trying to kill enemies because they don't know what to look for or because their damage is too high. Like when I'm doing Moonshine Jamboree or when I'm doing the event at Blackwater Mine where the enemies reflect damage, I lower my output a lot. Like I do very little damage. I will deliberately drop commando cards. And I don't have my, what's it called? Demolition Expert added in the intelligence tree, or the intelligence stack. I don't use Demolition Expert at all. Because I don't need to. I'm just there to tag, right? And it doesn't matter how much damage you do when you're tagging, as long as you hit it a couple times. At least in my experience, I've never had an issue with not being able to loot something that I've hit at least once with my, explosive weapon. Even just shooting near it, right? I'll shoot the ground in the middle of a bunch of mobs, and you'll see numbers, bling, 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 numbers on the nearby mobs. I'll just go, and then I'll move over there, over here, and it just tags everything, and you hear the little sound, doom, doom, that it indicates that it's reflecting damage to you, but there's no reflected damage because it doesn't seem to reflect AoE. And as long as I'm not hitting them directly, if I'm only hitting them with the explosive effect, then nothing's being reflected to me. And if it does get reflected to me, because I've lowered my output to only like 4 or 5 damage per hit, then it's not really taking me down that much. The other thing is, I try to do that fight with no less than 50% health, so that if something does happen, and of course I have Born Survivor equipped because it's my public event build, if I do dip below 20%, it'll pop a stim pack, and then I'll wait for a moment, like, oh, that was close, and then I'll be right back up and still going. This is in my unyielding Secret Service set, by the way.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately.
Always feels much faster in first person. I like it more.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Oh, let's see here. Whiskey's leaving. I'll do a psycho buff. Again, I don't need the whiskey or the psycho buff, but you know, they're easy to make, easy to collect. Why not? Makes the fight go just a little bit faster. At this point for me. Definitely necessary when you're first starting out. Absolutely necessary. And if you can somehow acquire a Pounders mod, you can bypass a lot of this. At least for Phase 2. Phase 2, you could, like I showed you, you don't even have to be in the proper build. And as long as you have Pounders on your auto axe, it's insanely good. God, I was so happy when I saw that mod drop. It was like the second day I was doing this, that dropped, and I was like, I was doing a happy dance in my mind. It's a picture of someone else's first, someone's public house that they, you know, wanted to be featured, so you go there and you take a picture to complete the score for the day. It's not my place. Meaning the picture on the screen right now. he made good use of the Pip-Boy cardboard cutout to show where his, to say, go inside the vault here. It's likely where he has his things that he wants you to use, like his machines, any candy machines, any this, any that.
Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
Always use Pip-Boy cutouts unless your the items you want people to be drawn to are very clearly obvious from the spawn point based on where you put your camp, your little camp stove. And you can move your camp stove to some other place, and it will force people to land at your camp in a new place, which is about like wherever your camp stove is. If you were to walk northeast by about 4 floor tiles, that's right about where people are going to land. So if you want someone to land in a certain spot, go stand on that spot, point your camera south-southeast, or south-southwest, like that, right? So the south is just a little bit to the left. And then walk forward however distant, 4 floor tiles would be. And that's right about where they're going to land most of the time when they enter your camp. So if you want to make it super easy, put your merchants there, right? Put it right there in front of them when they land. That way it's like, oh, here's the merchant. They don't have to hunt for it, which is really annoying, especially if you have a very convoluted, creative layout to your camp. Be as creative as you want, but just make your vendors easy to find. Don't bury them deep inside some maze, right? Just make it so that it's like right there when you land at the camp. Test it. Like have a friend come to your camp and see where they land. Do that a few times. Put your vendors right there. Don't make people work to buy stuff from you. That's a really dumb approach. You might know where your vendors are, tucked deep in some narrow nook or cranny, but no one else could possibly know.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
I stopped using vendors a long time ago. Once I figured out ways of getting a lot of caps from the vendors. I mean, still only 1,400 or 2,800 a day, depending on whether the event is going. But if you could do 1,400 a day, and you have 10 characters doing that, that's 14,000 caps a day. If you don't mind the discipline of popping around to them, right? Don't push me off to the side. I think my whiskey buff left, but that's fine. Pounders will make up for it. It is taking a little bit longer than normal. There we go. But I still managed to kill him before the floor got red. It's very well read. Stabilizers. Okay. I think I have the Angry Turtle image that I saved. Let's see, desktop. Angry Turtle. 4-star mods. Yeah, there we go. There's the 4-star mods image. I'll be using this when I sort through in a little bit. I could just add that to my list. I probably should do that. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll add that to my raid prep page on my Google Sheets document. Not right this second, but maybe when I'm doing my sorting after this run, after this series of runs. Yeah, the propelling movement speed increased by 5% up to 25% on full stack. That is the dumbest 4-star Speed Demon alone gives you that, pretty much. And speed buffs don't stack, so if you can get speed buff so easily and cheaply, why would you ever use propelling 4-star effect over something else that is actually gives you a strategic advantage in combat? It's dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. They need to rework that.
Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Even something that which lowers action points cost when running, it's kind of bullshit. I would never use that. It's so easy to get action points. Like a high action point generation just with buffs. I'm never running out of action points in a normal situation. And I can't think of an abnormal one where I would need to use fewer action points when running. Like, I don't even use marathon. Maybe if you're... I guess when you're first starting out, it's helpful to have marathon runner, right? Whoops.
Take shelter immediately.
Marathoner, right? That's nice. It doesn't work in power armor, so I guess maybe they're trying to... Well, they're not... That's not what that one 4-star effect does, but yeah, if you're first starting out and you're starving for action points, you need to make everyone count. Yes, Marathoner is a good, very good way to stopgap the deficiency in action points and how quickly you can use them when sprinting. But once you've got, really good gear, maybe you're unyielding at that point. If you've gone with some sort of a low health build, you never run out of action points. At least not when running. You can run for days in unyielding armor when you're low health, and it barely drops at all. And then if you need to, you just consume some coffee. And then you can buy a machine to make coffee, I think from the Atomic Store. I got one from a scoreboard reward, I think, a while back. Because I can use it on all my characters. I think it was a scoreboard reward. And then, that little coffee machine will make the coffee that you need to keep your action points topped off when you're sprinting. You just bind it to your favorites. Like, I have mine normally at 9, right? So if I'm going somewhere, if I'm running low on action points, I just hit 9, and it's like goes right back up very quickly.
This is an automated message.
You can stack them too. You just hit 999, and now it just skyrockets right back up. So I normally have about 20 to 30 coffees on me at any one time. For those situations where I am running low on action points, like in some long extended set of combat where, I'm in VATS usually, and that does consume action points. So, if I'm noticing myself getting down, as it's lowering, I get to around half, maybe a third, then I'm like, okay, I'll pop a coffee, maybe 2, and then right back up. Fantastic. If you do have a lot of coffee, that might be a way to get through phase 1 of this. And survive through it when you're first starting out. Just, what you would do then is you would put, in addition to Action Boy, you would put Evasive in there. Wait, no, not that. Not that, not that. That doesn't work with Power Armor. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Watch me not be able to find it. Where are you? Dodgy, that's what it is, Dodgy. Yeah, you could put this in there, right? And that would reduce damage at the cost of action points. So then you're like, well, shit, I'm going to run out of action points. Not if you have coffee. Do all the possible action point buffs you can get. So there's the tea that comes from the machine, or you can craft it, but it's easier if you get it from the machine. It's the, what's it called? Company tea buff? Yeah. Company tea, if you can get a hold of that. Take one of those. It lasts a whole hour. Obviously, I can't talk. You're going to want to play one of your camp instruments to get the well-tuned buff. Because that gives you a considerable amount of action point regeneration. You're going to want to have full water and full food buff. And then you're going to want rejuvenated, because that gives you more AP regen when you're fully liquefied or fully fed. I forget which one. And then once you have all those AP regen buffs going, the coffee is like the coffee on the cake, the icing on the cake. If you're going into phase 1 and you have ample number of coffees that you've saved up, maybe you've saved up 100 of them in preparation. As phase 1 begins, you just hit whatever keybind is favorited for your coffee, like maybe 3 of them depending on how many you need. And then dodgy will absorb some of that damage incoming, mitigate it or remove it completely. I forget what it is, how it's worded. Chance to reduce damage by 30% maybe. And then your AP is going to go down and you just hit another coffee. It's going to come back up. It's going to go down again, hit another coffee, and they stack. So you could, in theory, consume enough coffee that, the dodgy is completely negated.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress.
And that's just a temporary measure to get you through the early stages of fighting this before you have really, really good gear.
Alert.
And maybe you don't have enough luck, or maybe you don't have enough a way to heal yourself, using stim packs. But hopefully you have medics on your chest, whatever chest piece you have, because that'll help. And of course you're dropping the stim packs and the diminished stim packs so that all you have are super stim packs. And you have the points for the first aid, skill, and intelligence, and you have the one in charisma that increases the effectiveness of stim packs.
Defense is offline. Initiating system.
But there are creative ways around all these obstacles when you're starting out.
Systems critical.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperature reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately.
Okay, my long-term buffs are about to drop. Intelligence is going to drop. Let me go get those again. I think I went early. Force them to refresh. There we go. Oh, here's something I've never had in this game. I've never had a legacy weapon. Like one of those super overpowered weapons. Never had one. I was not fortunate enough to get one before they were nerfed. Like before they made it so you couldn't get one. But I probably would not have enjoyed it anyway because I don't like heavy weapons generally. And I think those weren't those all heavy weapons, like the explosive Gatling, explosive, energy weapons. I think those were the ones that people
This is an automated
were
message.
basically erasing
Evacuation
packs of
is
enemies
in
with
progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in
before
an
they were
orderly
thankfully
manner.
nerfed. It was
Alert.
quite something to behold,
Unauthorized
actually.
personnel detected.
During the meat week a few years ago, I remember someone there would just like, and stuff would just die. Just instant death everywhere. It's like, wow, that's a powerful weapon. I kind of wish I had one, but I kind of don't want to use that weapon because I I don't like the spin-up speed, but he seemed to be doing fine with it.
Stand by.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe.
Plus, I'm generally not there to kill things. I'm generally there just to tag things. I'll let other people do the heavy damage. I don't mind. I don't feel like I need to be the one that kills everything in those public events. Now, if I'm the only person there, like if I'm on a private server and I'm doing the one where you have to mate the Mirelurks. No, I don't remember the name offhand. I can do that one solo very easily. I've done the one at Blackwater Mine solo. You know, you can do it. You just have to repair things a lot. You're unlikely to get the full reward, but you can do it. What else have I done solo? The radiation one that takes place underground, I've done that solo. You don't get great rewards, and they've changed it now, so it's almost it's pretty much impossible to complete it in the full way where you keep all the NPCs alive. You can't do that now by yourself because now the enemies will also spawn right next to the NPCs. It used to not be that way. It used to be that they would always come from the ends. And so one trick you could do was to block the ends with power armor frames. You just drop frames down, come in with like 10 spare frames. And I think I tried that once and it was a big pain in the ass to set up, so I didn't bother with it again. But you could do it. You could set up power frames with gaps, and the gaps were small enough, well, small enough that nothing could get through, but not big enough, not so small that you were wasting power armor frames, right? You didn't want to have 15 armor frames spanning the gap. You only wanted the minimum number you could get with just, you know, enough gap between that to stop all the shit from coming through. And then you would set those up at each end. Oops. I'll just go ahead. Oh, interesting. It doesn't show up if you're not on that screen. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I thought I was done with phase 2. Okay, that was dumb. That was dumb. I did it again. I mistook the end of phase 1 for the end of phase 2. I was fully expecting to swap over and then the finishing screen come up while I'm making him, you know, not tick down and log out. Yeah, okay, I'm an idiot. That's funny. Well, don't worry about making mistakes. Even people that have played the game since near the beginning make mistakes. Let's see, when did I start playing? Whenever the game came out, which was like November, right? Was it 2019? 2018? I think it was 2018. I started playing like the following April or May. They had like a free weekend. They'd had like it was like a Gamescom event or a Bethesda event where they sort of reintroduced Fallout 76 again and saying, and for this weekend, it was Todd Howard. He was like, we're going to have a special event where you can play for free. It was like one of the first times they ever did it. And I'm like, I've heard bad things, but I'll give it a shot. I'll play it if it's free. You know, I expect to not like it. And turns out I fell in love with it. It only took me about 1 hour to be like, okay, this feels good. I like this. And it felt like Oblivion to me in many ways. And mostly it was the music. Just this lovely pastoral music that was playing as I was exploring. I wasn't following any quests. I was just running around randomly killing things and collecting things and looting things, and it was just like, this is fun. I am having fun. I don't have any objectives. It's not making me go down some narrow bullshit tutorial path. I hate that. I've always hated that. I didn't mind it so much in Oblivion because I kind of got used to it. Back then it was the thing that happened. But with this game, and I guess it does take you down a tutorial, but once you're in the open world, once you get out of the, quote, cave, out of the, quote, prison, like Oblivion, the obligatory prison opening, or prisoner opening, of Skyrim and Oblivion, and Morrowind, I guess. Is that one a prisoner? I forget. Anyway, you are in a sort of a holding area before you can get out. But in this one, you're in this weird bunker. I'm like, okay, this is different. This is interesting. And the music is silly and fun. And these robots are silly and fun, and they're talking to me. I'm like, this is very whimsical. I dig this. This is not bad. The whimsy is also what sold it for me. The humor, the whimsy, and I'm not big on gun games. I haven't been for years. I've been big on bow and arrow in World of Warcraft, or giant axes, or maces in World of Warcraft. Or in Oblivion, it was melee combat, or targeted from, stealth from range, or come up and attack something and kill it quickly, Those kinds of scenarios. I love stealth. I love the fantasy, play style of, kings and knights and queens and bishops and, old England, valiant, swords and bow and arrow, and not so much, modern weapons with, modern warfare and post-apocalyptic hellscapes. Not for me. But this was good. And a large portion of that was the whimsy, the humor, and the music. That's what sold me. And I've honestly never cared about being, top DPS or cutting edge combat. I'm not one of those overachievers that has to be like the big guns at the big event. I'll let other people do that. I'm just there for the loot, right? I don't need to show off.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching.
In fact, for the first,
Security bunker online.
when you're first starting out, you have no idea what you're doing. You don't know what weapons are good. You don't know what armor is good. You don't have any legendary anything, so there's no legendary effects on any of your gear. You're just running around in leathers or combat armor, and you're like, ooh, this one has 5 more armor than the other one, and that's like a big deal, right? Ooh, and this one lets me, have this a little bit extra, damage mitigation against radiation. You're like, oh, that's such a big deal. And then when you get down to like the cranberry bog, stuff hurts, and you're dying because it's just like this scary place that you're not ready for yet. You're like, someday I will be ready for the cranberry bog, and I will be there, and I will do well. It's like something to strive for. I don't like completing everything, because I like always having something to strive for, which I can strive. So that's why I leave so many quests undone. I'm like, someday I will do those. Not today. I'm in no hurry. Those quests are not going to go away. I can't remember any quests that have ever been removed from the game. Maybe a few have been, but it is what it is. But like, if you look at my thing, I still have, well, I've done a lot of things on this, but I think recently, only in the last 6 months have I completed like the Atlantic City quests. And then I did the new area down south that they added. I was just in no hurry. I'll get around to it. Maybe I'll wait till they fix the bugs. Maybe they'll nerf a few things and it'll be more fun to do. Alright, my camp is being attacked. Really different. Yes, I'm hearing my camp being attacked.
Warning, energy usage critical. Reaching
I'll
unsafe
go once
level.
more
Security bunker.
so I can use up
Take
the
shelter
whiskey buff and the pemmican, or the, not pemmican buff, the psycho buff. I'm not quite in the camp, which sucks. What I should do is reposition this camp so it's a little bit closer if I can, although I don't think I can. I think I'm as close as I can get. Because there's a certain no-build area within a certain distance of the opening here and of the default repair center that's there, you know, if you don't have a camp here. So I'm pretty sure I put it as close as I can get. And it's close to the spawn point when you eject from the raid. I think what it is, I went in, then I dropped the quest, and then I turned around, faced away from the opening of the raid, and then sort of walked until my camp placement turned green. And I just dropped it. I was like, I don't want to spend too much time agonizing over this. So I'll just drop it here and make it so my stairway ends very close to where I landed when I exited the dungeon or the raid. This is not really a dungeon, is it?
Alert.
It's an installation.
Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
And as long as my buffs drop off, they're just icing on the cake for this particular build at this time because he has pounders, he has all the other perks, you know, built into the gear, built into his weapons. So, you know, all those other things are just like, oh, nice, extra XP. Oh, nice, I can not have the negative effects of those dumb serums that I'm not even using the effects of normally now. Oh, good, I'm killing, you know, 3% faster than without them, or whatever it is.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately.
Propelling is garbage. I'm not going to get rid of it. They might, you know, buff it or something. But I will not be using it on anything. Again, because I'm still not weighed down. I do need to be done soon, because I have other things I must do, including going on the treadmill while watching YouTube vids. I need to do the dishes, because that's my job, because I don't have a normal job. I'm pretty much retired, so as a concession, so my wife doesn't have to do it, because she works for a living, I do the dishes in a dishwasher.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
And it is, oddly, slightly emasculating to do it when she's here. I know, that's very strange. But it is very slightly emasculating, so I tend to load the dishwasher when she's not here. Or if she's upstairs asleep, taking a nap or something. Then I feel good about it. I'm like, yes, I'm helping. And it oddly does not feel emasculating in this situation. Oh, yes, taking a little bit longer. Taking longer. As some of those buffs fall off. What am I at now? Yeah, 47 special. Or 47 strength special. Not a lot, just a little bit. A little bit longer. I can tell. Try one more time and see where we stand as far as time it takes. If it goes over a minute, then it's not fun. I need to cook some food. I've talked about pork loins in a prior stream, where I've fallen in love with the flavored ones that you can get for like $6, $7, $8. It lasts for easily 2 or 3 meals, and they're delicious when you cook them correctly. You have to cook them to temperature using a thermometer. Don't do it by eye, don't do it by smell, don't do it by timer. Do it by temperature.
This is an automated message.
And again, I use a ThermoMaven digital thermometer system, where the thermometer sticks in the meat. It transmits wirelessly to a little home device that's like about the size of an iPhone, a large iPhone, that then relays the temperature settings or current temperature being read to my iPhone over Bluetooth, which I'm in the other room. It's like I don't have to be next to it. And I can watch on my phone screen what's happening with the pork loin as it's cooking. It's amazing. It gives me like a little gauge of temperature. When it goes high, it tells me where it's at, where it's headed. When it's too high, it's gonna like show where that is. You know, I won't let it go too high. It shows me the range where it's too high. And then, you know, as it keeps cooking, so it'll go beep, 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 beep. We'll reach correct temperature in 30 minutes. You know, beep, 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 beep. We'll reach temperature in 5 minutes. And then all of a sudden, dee-doo, remove from the oven because it's almost there, and it knows after you remove it, it's going to cook a little bit more, right? Because the temperature on the outside is a little bit higher than the inside, so it knows some of that heat is going to seep in. So it warns you, you know, we know you're going for 145, but right now it's 142. You better take it out, because it's going to go up another few degrees, right? Yes, you want to kill all the bacteria. You want to kill anything weird that's in there. That's our target, 145, and you will hit that if you remove it right now. It's beautiful. Highly recommend. And let's go one more. We're still not overweight. How's our weapon doing? Do not want to be in a situation where... No, that's fine. That's good for another few runs. I'll probably just do this run and then be done. Because I do want to get up and move and get my legs in motion, get that blood pumping and all that stuff. I don't like to be sitting here for too long. I'm gonna waste away, I am.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner. Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating
That was
defense
a failed
systems.
jump attempt. Yeah, the first weapon almost never takes any damage. If it does, it's like 1 damage, you know, out of 1,000. I've never repaired the sledge, and all the time I've done it, it's still almost 200%. Wow. That was a set of lucky reflections. Back-to-back instant reflection. And it slows down the rubber bands at the end.
Critical temperatures reaching unsafe
Like a dum-dum.
levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately.
I'm stopping now because I also want to sort through some of this, at least preliminarily. Let's also grab this. Ah. Go up, go up, go up.
Evaluating naughtiness
That.
levels. Evaluation.
Back to my camp.
Naughtiness level.
Her camp, sorry. They're both my camp. Just go to her camp. Oh, finally over encumbered. Go back to the strength weapon. That doesn't do it. Dump. Dump. Go. Yep, the XP buffs are dropping off. I got 12,000 from that. It's middling at best.
One man's junk is a collectron's paradise.
Oh, look, a whole 12,000 XP. I mean, sometimes, you know, in some situations that might be really good, but for that fight, that's very low. Very low. Alright. Let's get out of power armor. Swap over to the unyielding. See how it jumps around? Like it's never consistent in the way that it moves. It's kind of tedious. Alright, I'm going to swap over. Commando. I'm going commando. Notice I can carry everything just right. Part of that is that I have Arms Keeper on all of these pieces, so I can pull. I was extolling the virtues of Arms Keeper. Watch this. Look at all these weapons I'm pulling out. Look at that. So many weapons in my inventory right now. Look at all this. Whoops. Look at all this. And I'm barely heavier than I was. It's just phenomenal. Let's do weapons first. Alright. Ooh, nice! Ding, 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 we have a winner. Crafting item unlocked lucky. I believe that is an armor mod, because luck is the weapon mod. Okay, I'm gonna mark that as green. G-H-I-J-K-L. And then blah, 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 blah. There we go. Lucky. What does Lucky do again? Oh no, it's a weapon as well? That's not right. Is it? Huh. I guess they're both both weapons. Hmm. I thought when it was close like that it would be one would be weapon and one would be armor. But I am wrong. That's fascinating. That's fantastic. Okay, chance to learn strength. Come on, let's do 2 in one day. That would be amazing. Perception, I think. Intelligence. Oh, plastic. There we go. Chance to learn luck. I would really love to be able to make luck. Wait, is that... Okay, it is. Whoops. Medics. Lightweight? Yeah. Nothing there. Oh yeah, the vendor reset, so I can sell a bunch of shit again. Or the machine reset. It's nice that you can learn something from that one. What is this? Vampires? Yeah. Okay, so that's it for weapons. So let's dump the rest of these on her. Yes, some of those are BOP. I will be vending them. Unless I want the mods from them. Let's see here. Assassins, I don't care about that. I do care about bloodied. I do care about medics. Meaning to learn them. Did she get it? Did she get it? Or did she extract it? I think she learned that, didn't she? Did she learn medics from that? That would be awesome. No. She learned nothing. That was just an errant garbage thing. Stupid game. Yes, let's learn strength. How did he miss that? Was that just on her? Oh, weird. I guess he already has agility. Rapid, yes. No. Some of these I don't care to learn on her, and I would rather just dump it in the box. She also has a bunch in here. Now that I remember. Before I do that, let me look at some of their some of their effects here, because I do want to keep certain things. So covert scout and secret service. Except I don't care about any of those 2 or 3 star effects. So, nope. If it had like arms keepers, even though everything else was bad, I would have just kept it. Very nice. Very nice. Right, so she's gonna stoop down. He's gonna grab armor now, except everything but the 4 star Vulcans. that won't come out yet. Skipping that one. See that how it goes up? It's really annoying. It's not consistent. Don't go up. Don't jump down by 2. You stupid, stupid thing. Okay, so now we have all the stuff I'm keeping for good for now. 4 stars here. Now we'll go through and... Okay. Yes, perception. I don't even need to look in those. Chameleon, yes. Chameleon, yes.
God, I hate blood bugs.
Yes, please give me a through hikers. Damn it. Actually, I need to give that to her, don't I? Should have given that to her. Let me go back here. I lost my train of thought. I was angry with myself for crunching that instead of giving it to her. I'm crunching that. I need every chance I get to get. I'm crunching that. I want those modules. I want that module. It's a Vulcan, so I can't give it to her. Can't give that to her. I can give this to her. But I can learn perception. You know. All right. Not many things can be transferred over. And that's fine. There are a few items that I will want to learn here. Luck is one of them. Any special on the second point, I want her to know. Because those can be very helpful. Yes, even charisma. Changed my mind on that. Okay, now let's do these last 4. Or these last 3. 3 4-star. Not great, not terrible. Okay, so this is an Aegis. So PAA, chest, Vulcan, plus perception, burn, Aegis.
Nothing like the shine of freshly polished armor.
Alright, and now miasmas. And if I look at my little cheat sheet here, miasmas is B. I might just keep that. I think I'm keeping miasmas for now. Maybe. Exterminators, right leg, Vulcan. Ooh, through hikers, yeah. Plus luck, TH, miasma. I'll decide if I'm keeping that or not in a minute. Limit breaking, that is A tier. PA, Zealots, chest, Vulcan, plus poison resistance, plus durability, limit breaking. Okay, so if I look in here, and I look at the power armor that I'm saving, I'm definitely saving Aegis, but I also have, don't I have, yeah, I have a Vulcan Power Armor Aegis set, so I'll pop that in there. If it, you know, if it has a slot for it. And it does. Excellent. I'll worry about what effects it has on it later. As long as it has Aegis, it goes in there. I don't have a miasma set. I don't have a limit breaker set. But miasma is B, and limit breakers is A, so I definitely want to keep the limit breaker. And range something, yeah, Rangers is a B tier, or A tier. I definitely am keeping the S tier and the A tier. What I should do is go get more power armor frames out and about the world. I could probably pop over and drop them from another character on this account, because I think I have more stored up on other characters for the main account. Did I get any reflective mods?
Why'd I haul this stuff all the way out here?
No, sadly.
I haven't seen any other brotherhood.
Notes.
Orders are orders.
Let me just, well, I guess I can just. Sadly, I already know those. And this. Drop it there. So it's not annoying me in my face. And I think I'm done here. Let's go ahead and transfer these modules over using a static bag. Static container of some sort. They're both pointed at it. Minimizing the time that it could possibly crash on me. Nice. 3 anti-armors, 4 bloodieds. That's good. If I can get to 8 bloodieds or 6 bloodieds, that lets me kit out the alts with their primary fixer. Let's see, how am I doing on explosive? Actually, quads. I have 3 quads. That's good. Be nice if I had 8. Explosives, 3. Need more of those. Because I want quad explosives. Quad explosive weapons on the alts. 3-star. I don't know what I would put on those. On the weapons. On the fixers. Don't know. Perception, maybe? I mean, that helps a ranged build. Maybe durability. Although I'll probably do, probably do VATS enhanced. No, not VATS enhanced. What is it? Rapid. Yeah, there we go. Weapon speed on the fixers. Weapon speed, and then is it VATS optimized? Yeah, VATS optimized. So I can fully kit out like maybe 3 or 4 of the alts now. And then I'm not as concerned with 4-star effects yet. I'm still learning them and getting used to the fact that they exist. Yes, that's a nice one. This would be nice. It's obviously out of VAT, so perhaps this might be the best one for the handmade, which is already very, very nice weapon. Like if I use my handmade. This is the one I was talking about using for public events, right? So you basically, let me swap over to mine A. Yeah. Okay. So public events would be 3, right? So with this, I'm using Grenadier, using Fire in the Hole, but I'm not using Demolition Expert because I don't need my explosions to do a lot of damage. I just need them to tag. So like if I'm if I'm hitting over there, right, just doing minimal damage. Just lots of explosions, just to tag, and that's it. I don't need to be good at it, you know, I just need to tag. But one of the things is, and you'll notice if I just hold this, it does slowly go up in the air, right? Very slowly over time. If I go to my fixer, well, I don't have the fixer. Fixer is like, it goes up faster over time, so it's not set up to be a hip fire weapon like this is. I have all the mods set up on him so that he has, you know, stabilized short stock, stabilized stock. You know, these two mostly make it so that as he's doing this, the weapon just stays where it's pointed. But if you zoom in, you can see the effect a little bit better, how it bounces around a little bit and goes up slightly over time. And often, like on the Moonshine Jamboree, I'll be like zoomed in to enemies far away because I can see them like this, right? ESP. I can see them far away, so I'll just go like this, tag a few of them over here, move over here, tag a few there, tag some that are back over that way, and I'll come back over here as more spawn. So I'm just basically spinning around and tagging enemies and zooming in if I need to, you know, have a little bit better aim far away. And when you're with this weapon, look at that. It's nice and stable. Doesn't jump all over the place. I'll show you the difference here. It's terrible. When you've not built your weapon for that, like using my fixer for that same fight, the way it's currently set up, is just terrible. Otherwise, I mean, if I'm in stealth and I'm in VATS, it's not set up for hip fire. It's set up for VATS. So if I go to the fixer and I try to zoom in and do that same thing, look at that. Whoa, it's all over the place. It's terrible. It's hideous. It's a useless weapon for public events in that sense. Go to the handmade. Ah, nice. Very nice. Doesn't need to fast fire. It just needs to tag. And I don't need fast firing for that. I just need the explosive effect, especially if they're mutated with the reflective. Because like if that red thing were reflective, I could hit there and damage the reflective enemy, and it's not reflecting onto me, because AoE damage, as far as I have experienced, is not reflected. So, beautiful. Now, my theory is that if I put the... It's already in here. If I put the... Good Lord. If I put stabilizers on there, right, improves weapon recoil and stability by 50%. If I put that on the handmade, it's not going to move at all. It's just going to be like right there. That might actually be overkill, right? For the way that weapon is set up, it might be overkill. I might not even ever need to do that. It might be better to put on... Not that. Not that, because that's VATS. Not that. It's a terrible one. Not that. Not that. Pretty much none of these are good. No. That. Right? Except, no, I don't want to do damage. I don't care about damage. I'm not using action points because I'm not in VATS. Honestly, I can't think of a 4-star other than stabilizers. Vipers. Nope. I'm not doing poison damage. Really, with that particular handmade, this is the only mod that might be useful, and even then, I don't have much recoil at all. And the stability is already really good. The only thing I can imagine is if, like, I wanted to change this to... Like if I wanted to extend accuracy to more distance by moving to like the aligned long barrel, You can see with stabilized short, it's minus 35 recoil. Here it's plus 25 recoil. I think that's over this, so it's minus 10 recoil. I forget how these numbers are calculated. At the bottom here, the blue numbers, there's a way to do it, and I remember testing it, and this ended up being the best. The least amount of recoil over all these other options. So it's like, I don't know if they're showing what would you would gain or lose, but it was always that this one was somehow the best. Could be wrong. I don't know. And then if I go to stabilized stock, this had, again, the least amount of recoil over all these others. Yeah, I think it's absolute. I think it's absolute recoil. So it's not like I would gain another 10% or lose another 10% recoil. So all these numbers, unless it's lower than minus 35%, then it's worse. So it probably is true here as well, right? So minus 35, plus 50% recoil, minus 10%. These are all not as good. Yeah, so this is the best recoil. So you stack those up, and with quick magazine, reload speed, reflex sight, sighted accuracy, aim speed, suppressors, minus 50% per shot recoil, yes please. I guess muzzle brake would be better. And you don't really need... This one has 12%. Let me try that. That might actually be really good. Because I don't need to be... I'm not in stealth when in a public event. Oh, no. Way too loud. Screw that. Suppressors it is. Yes, that was the right choice. I don't like loud, explosive blah, 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 blah weapons. It's annoying after a while. It gives me a headache.
Plastic is the gift that keeps on giving.
Okay.
When in doubt,
I think I'm done for now. I will come back later on my own without streaming and do the score, and then I might run a couple more hours of the instance by myself. Again, not streaming, just because that way I can just sort of like focus on it and have a leisurely pace and just enjoy it on my own terms, you know. I don't know. I need to collect power frames too. I want a power frame for each of these effects that are B or higher. That's safer. I mean, safer it'd be to collect all of them, right? That way you have every possible option, and would only take, let's see, it would take a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It would take 160 pounds of storage weight, total, not in addition to this, but total, to store. And I'm not going to get rid of this set because this is dumb. I had the excavator because I was actually using it to experimentally mine ore the way that you used to in the Big Bend Tunnel East. Right? Is that where it was? Yeah, I think that was it. No, Lucky Hole Mine. That's where it was. That's where all the lead is. And it just ended up not being good anymore because they've nerfed the ore rates when you're using the excavator armor. It just doesn't give you very much. So, screw that. So there's a free frame. And I'll deal with that later. I'm just going to call this PA for now. I'll deal with sorting and everything later. I am going to mess that up. Because again, power armor is stupid in this game. You have to have something standing there to be able to mod things. It's really stupid and annoying. Standard paint so I can pass this off to another character if need be. This was just an ad hoc, quick setup when I was testing things a long time ago, and I just never stopped testing. I never thought to go back into there and change it, or deal with the lost remnant of a no longer used set of armor. Yeah, I didn't even bother to put all the mods on it, right? Overeaters, okay, that's good. And I've changed my prefixes here from those days. Alright. Gonna hand those overeater pieces to her. Using the box static container. Here, milady. You may have that and that. Why, thank you, good sir. Here, let's take a look at these and see if I can just crunch them to learn mods. Or I'll just pass them to her. Chance to learn. Yes, thank you. Chance to learn. Chance to learn. See, that all that opportunity lost. I'll pass this off. That can be useful to somebody. Get a little extra int on there. Alright. So let's fix her up real quick. So there's a excavator, right? Excavator OE. There we go. Now this is her set though, right? So this one's fully tricked out. I think this is already, yeah. So that one goes back in. That's not a set she's building for somebody else. That's her own set. So do I have another one? Yes. So this one is a hodgepodge, but let's see if we can make it better. If I can replace some T45 pieces with excavator pieces. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's protocoled. Okay, that's better. Right. So, what do we need here? Let's just pull these out. That has enough. This has enough stuff in it now that I can just hold on to these for a moment and say I just need. Let's see. Needs right arm. No, needs legs. Screw it. Tell you what, I'll just PA excav needs legs. There we go. That wakes. And then I'll just get another power armor set for these. And I'm going to crunch this. See if she can learn it. Nope. No module, no learning. That's alright.
Why do they keep assigning me maintenance duty? How are they gonna make
Store
night
junk.
more combat rotations?
Grenades just like grow up like weeds everywhere. Here, have 2 plasma grenades. Here, have 2 of this one. Have a couple of those. And when you're first starting out, it's like, wow, grenades! But after a while, it's just like, ugh, go away. Alright, so I'm going to put the sledges away. Actually, nope. While I'm thinking about it, before I do something stupid, let's repair to 200%. Let's also take a look at the Vulcan armor. Let's see if it needs to be repaired. Can I just do that anywhere? No, you have to come over to here and you actually have to drop it, and it's really annoying. Bad UX, guys. Okay, there we go. I figured one of those was going to be close to needing to be, or not needing to be, but where I could really benefit from the double repair effect. We're gonna put that back, and we're gonna pull out the fixer ammo. More than I need, but that's fine. So one of the things I've been doing is, as I approach 40,000, like I'm maxed on this. Instead of like vending things and all the characters, I've just been bouncing around to them and just giving them caps. That way I can unload the caps from this guy. Otherwise he's, way too many caps. And that's not good. So, I mean, it doesn't hurt anything, but it's just annoying. Alright, so I'm done for now on this guy. He's in camp. He's in his camp loadout. She is in her support loadout. So they're all good. Now I'm going to log for a while. I don't think I'm going to be streaming again today, because I don't want to keep talking all day. So there's that. Thank you for tuning in. And that's it for this evening. That's the news.